Chapter 327. In order to achieve the great Tao, one could not lack dharma, wealth, companions, and land. Among the four, dharma was the most important. The remaining three were equal. Dharma referred to the cultivation method. Only with a cultivation method could one step into the door of cultivation. This was the beginning of everything. Without a cultivation method, one could not enter the sect. Even if one lived in the Holy Land and had countless resources, it was useless. Therefore, dharma was the most important. Wealth was divided into internal wealth and external wealth. Internal wealth referred to the capital one possessed, such as dharma powers, merit, blessings, and so on. External wealth referred to all the expenses needed for cultivation, such as spiritual herbs, pills, and so on. Companions referred to like-minded fellow Daoists. Cultivation was not a safe thing. Therefore, one needed to have one or two friends to support each other on the path of the great Tao and improve together. Land referred to the cultivation treasure trove. It could be a blessed land or a grotto heaven. Of course, the higher the grade, the better. These three were all used to assist in cultivation. Therefore, there was no difference between them. The human race did not lack dharma. Feng Zichen did not lack dharma, Tao, and mystical abilities. He even had several Tao scriptures that were born in the Khanate world. Moreover, he was the primordial sword ancestor, the fiend god Tao ancestor, and had all sorts of inheritances. Even the Grand Pure One had passed down the Tao of the Golden Core to the human race before he attained the Tao. Therefore, even the Khanate races that were stronger than the human race could not compare to him in terms of dharma. In the untainted land, only a few hegemon-level forces could suppress the human tribe in the aspect of law. The human race did not lack companions. How should he put it? The human race did not lack people the most. In fact, they were overflowing. Therefore, with the huge base of the human race, it was not too difficult to find a few like-minded fellow Daoists to comprehend the great Tao together. In that case, there were companions. On the ground, the human race had the Zichen Grotto Heaven below them and the human Tao Imperial Court above them. They were all top-notch holy lands in the primordial world. Therefore, the human race did not lack dharma either. Only wealth was what the human race lacked the most. In terms of wealth, Feng Zichen could be ranked among the top in the primordial world. But just because he was rich did not mean that the human race was also rich. In the end, the birth of the human race was still a little late. They missed out on too many opportunities because Khanate numinous treasures were everywhere. In addition, it had only been 1,000,000 years since the birth of the human race, and they had not accumulated any deep foundation. Poverty was understandable. Which of the great clans of the great desolate world did not possess countless resources? This was the foundation for the rise of a large clan. In order to achieve the great Tao, magic, wealth, companionship, and land were all indispensable. Similarly, if one wanted to become a big clan, one could not do without magic, wealth, companions, and land. Feng Zichen already possessed all four of them. Humans, on the other hand, lacked wealth. Therefore, Feng Zichen had to think of a way to make the human race rich. If everyone in the human race could use the creation Tao pill to cultivate. In that case, why would the human race worry about not being able to prosper? The birth of the teleportation array disk is a major event that can change the primordial world. How can I not know? Xianqing had caused such a huge commotion in the Eastern Sea. Even if the Yoyu clan was blind and deaf, they would have noticed it. Ahem, I mean Penglai Sea City. Elder Yoyu, what do you think of it? Seeing that the Yoyu clan did not understand what he meant, Feng Zichen coughed lightly and asked again. As a trade center, Penglai Sea City might be able to help the human race accumulate wealth quickly. Penglai Sea City. That place is indeed not bad. Many treasures that are only rumored can be bought there. It can be said that it is a gathering place for cultivators from all over the primordial world. It can be considered the place with the most complete collection of materials in the primordial world. Obviously, the Yoyu clan had a good impression of Penglai Sea City. His tone was full of praise. He must have bought some treasures that he liked there. Elder, what do you think will happen if I open a Penglai Sea city in the human race? Looking at the Youyu clan, Feng Zichen asked seriously. This idea was born uncontrollably after he saw the prosperity of Penglai Sea city. If he opened a similar market in the human race, wealth would gather from all directions. It would be difficult for the human race not to become rich. Yes, Your Majesty. It's not like you don't know that the human race lacks resources. The primordial world is dangerous. Without good treasures, who would risk their lives to come to the human race? Therefore, even if this market can be opened, it's useless. It won't attract people. After thinking for a while, the Youyu clan answered. The Penglai Sea city could be opened because the East Sea was rich in resources and attracted a large number of living beings on land. After that, Xian Qing even brought the disciples of the Jie school to set up teleportation arrays in the East Sea, making it convenient for everyone to travel. Only then did the Penglai Sea city become prosperous. But what did the human race have? They had nothing. Not to mention setting up teleportation arrays, they couldn't even take out the resources to attract others. Elder, you must be joking. The human race lacks resources, but the East Sea doesn't. We can sell the resources of the East Sea to the human race to attract various forces. When there are more people, this market will naturally prosper. There are countless living beings in the primordial world. How many of them can go to the East Sea? There must be more living beings who don't know the riches of the East Sea. And these living beings are our targets. Since he dared to say it, Feng Zichen naturally had a complete plan in his heart. He had considered many aspects. What about the teleportation array? The Youyu clan asked. Compared to the East Sea, the primordial world was more boundless and dangerous. If these problems could not be solved, all of Feng Zichen's plans would be like castles in the air that would shatter at the first touch. This is not difficult. I can ask ancestral Magus Di Jiang to build a teleportation array in the primordial world. He will not refuse such a thing that is beneficial to the primordial world. As for safety, then let's build the market in East City. That place is adjacent to Mount Shouyang and is right under the nose of the Grand Pure One. I don't believe that anyone would dare to cause trouble there. Feng Zichen was confident. He had a solution to the Youyu clan's worries. It's good that Your Majesty knows what to do. Since Feng Zichen was so confident, the Youyu clan couldn't say anything. Anyway, if this matter failed, the human race wouldn't lose anything. If it succeeded, the human race would make a huge profit. Elder, you're in the East Sea. I'll have to trouble you to collect resources in the East Sea. Take these connate creation pills first. If it's not enough, ask me for more. As he spoke, Feng Zichen took out a bottle of connate creation pills and handed it to the Youyu clan. He had taken it from Xian Qing. There were about 10,000 creation Dao pills. I have a relationship with the Dragon Palace and Jie School. Take my keepsake. I don't think you will encounter any trouble. Afraid that the Youyu clan would encounter trouble, Feng Zichen reminded them again. With Xian Qing's help on the sea and the dragon race's help under the sea, as long as they didn't encounter a top-notch great divine ability, they could already do whatever they wanted in the East Sea. Chapter 328. It's all for the human race. There's nothing to worry about. Receiving the creation Dao pill, Youyu replied. Youyu had some understanding of Feng Zichen's wealth. He could refine the vast human Dao imperial court on his own. A mere 10,000 creation Dao pills were nothing to him. Then I'll leave it to you, Elder. I still need to make a trip to East City to discuss the specific matters of establishing the market with the Yang clan. I won't stay here for long, Elder. The resources of the East Ocean could be sold to the land, and the resources on the land could also be sold to the East Ocean. Coincidentally, after all these years of development, the human race was distributed widely and could collect all kinds of resources. If these resources were sold to the East Ocean, they would definitely make a huge profit. With the Jie school and the dragon race, no matter what the human race transported, they would not have to worry about sales. This was a long-term business path that could accumulate a large amount of resources for the human race. And all of these had to pass through East City. Feng Zichen planned to turn East City into the largest shopping mall in the primordial world. He planned to gather all the factions and develop a business path. The business path, the path of wealth. After mastering this path, it was only a matter of time before he became the richest man in the primordial world. Moreover, with the business path in hand, coupled with the path of currency, it would definitely produce unimaginable changes. Feng Zichen was looking forward to that day. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm here in the East Ocean. The words "I'm here in the East Ocean" represented the confidence of the Youyu clan. With him around, everything in the East Ocean would be arranged properly. Of course I'm at ease with the elder handling things. Nodding, Feng Zichen took a step forward and rushed towards East City. Rumble. Outside East City, the void suddenly trembled as layers of ripples appeared. It was like a huge wave that rose and fell. At the same time, in the depths of the void, in the mysterious unknown place, the river of destiny that had been calm for many years once again stirred. It appeared from the unknown place and arrived above East City. The river of destiny appeared in the world. Such a huge commotion was rare in the primordial world. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the mighty figures of the primordial world. Who is confirming the Tao? What a huge commotion. It actually attracted the river of destiny to descend. With such a rare phenomenon, his future achievements will be limitless. I'm afraid another great magician is about to rise. For ordinary people, the river of destiny would only tremble slightly when they confirmed their Tao. How could it be like today, directly appearing and descending into the world? Only those who were shockingly talented would receive this type of treatment to show how extraordinary they were. Those who had received such treatment in the past and had survived until now had all become great mystical abilities and stood proudly at the peak of the primordial world. In other words, the person who had proven his Tao today had the possibility of becoming a great medium. In the untainted land, experts from the early stage to the late stage of the pre-saint realm were called almighty. Experts at the great perfection of pre-saint realm and half-step chaotic primes were known as great divinities. Even the weakest among the great divinities was a great perfection demi-saint. Thus, it could be seen how extraordinary those who had proven their Tao were. As the river of destiny descended, the void outside East City trembled even more violently. It was like a huge vortex that wanted to tear everything apart. Feng Zichen, who was hurrying through the void, was inevitably affected. Unlucky. With a low cry, Feng Zichen paused and walked out of the void. It's Yi-Ang. He's proving his Tao. But how can he be so fast? Also, why is his Tao confirmation phenomenon so grand? Directly attracting the river of destiny to descend is a treatment that only top Khanate god fiends who have proven their Tao. It shouldn't be. As soon as he walked out of the void, Feng Zichen looked up and saw Yi-Ang standing in the sky above the river of destiny, receiving the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth. He had proven his Tao. He had cultivated the Daoist Jingxian Tao fruit and was immortal from now on, free and unfettered. But how was this possible? At this moment, Feng Zichen was pleasantly surprised. He was happy that Yi-Yang had proven his Tao and added another Daoist Taoist priests to the human race. His strength had greatly improved. He was shocked that Yi-Yang had only obtained the position of the human king for tens of thousands of years. How could he go from the Tai Jingxian to the Daoist Jingxian? This was too fast. It was even faster than Feng Zichen. There was not even a process of accumulation and he directly became the Daoist Jingxian. One had to know that in order to cultivate the 5 Qis unifications and prove his Tao, Daoist Jingxian. Feng Zichen had traveled all over the 4 extremities and devoured a large amount of innate essences. Only then was he able to save enough essences. However, Yi-Yang seemed to have skipped these processes and directly completed the last step, and he had proven his Tao in the highest state. This was too incredible. A purple light appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes, dyeing his eyes purple. He was extremely noble, and endless laws appeared in them. In an instant, his temperament changed. He became high and mighty, like the heavenly Tao, full of coldness and ruthlessness. Tao I. The real Tao I. As the saying goes, Tao gave birth to Wuji, and Wuji gave birth to Yin and Yang. Feng Zichen was the Tao body of Pangu. His eyes were the sun and moon, Yin and Yang, containing the truth of Yin and Yang. As for Xianqing, he had once observed the Khanate treasure Tai Chi diagram and comprehended the Tao of Tai Chi from it. With the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen combined the truth of Yin and Yang and the Tao of Tai Chi, understood the true essence of Khanate Yin and Yang, and understood the changes of Yin and Yang. He used the sun and moon to develop Wuji, and used Wuji to develop the heavenly Tao. After cultivating a pair of Tao eyes, he could see through all illusions and see through all mysteries. He had boundless divine power, just like the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Not to mention that Feng Zichen did not understand the heavenly Tao, his North Star clone was known as the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He controlled the authority of thunder and had the ability to destroy all things. That was the most essential power of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the Ziwei star was formed from the birthplace of the heavenly Tao. Great Emperor Ziwei was originally from the same sect as the heavenly Tao. With all kinds of karma added together, Feng Zichen's understanding of the heavenly Tao could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the primordial world, second only to Pangu and Hongjun. This pair of Tao eyes truly had the same ability as the heavenly Tao. However, because Feng Zichen's strength was low, it was far from being as powerful as the heavenly Tao. Under the Tao eyes, nothing could hide. In Feng Zichen's eyes, a layer of golden light appeared on Yi Ang's body, with the charm of immortality. It was gradually changing his Tao body, making it closer to perfection. That was the immortal Tao light. However, this immortal Tao light did not belong to Yi Ang, but to the 9 transformations golden pill. Yi Ang had swallowed the 9 transformations golden pill. What a great opportunity, what a great creation. At this moment, Feng Zichen understood everything. Why was Yi Yang able to attain the Tao of Daoist Jingxian so quickly? Moreover, he did not need to accumulate. It was because he had swallowed the 9 transformations golden pill. That was the 9 transformations golden pill that the Grand Pure One used to deduce the Tao of the golden pill. It could be said to be the source of the Tao of the golden pill. It had great merit and great luck. That was not the 9 transformations golden pill. It was clearly a Daoist Tao fruit. Anyone who ate it could immediately become a Daoist. Chapter 329. Yi Yang had eaten the 9 revolutions golden pill to ascend to the heavens in one step and prove the Tao of Daoist. Not only that, this 9 revolutions golden pill was the source of the Tao of the golden core. Eating it was equivalent to becoming half a Tao master of the Tao of the golden core. When the Tao of the golden core flourished in the future, there would be supreme providence gathering. If Yi Yang could seize this opportunity, it would not be difficult for her to become a powerful person. It was from the future that she saw this possibility that the river of fate would descend to show Yi Yang's extraordinariness. What was a heaven-defying opportunity? This was it. Feng Zichen still vaguely remembered that when he asked Yi Yang to go to Mount Shouyang to try the opportunity, Yi Yang's indifferent look. But he did not expect that in the end, this heaven-defying opportunity would still fall on his head. Heaven's will was unpredictable. At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart surged with ecstasy. He was not happy for himself, but for the Yi Yang clan. The significance of the 9 revolutions golden pill was not as simple as proving the Tao of Daoist Jingxian. It also represented the fate with the Grand Pure One. After all, this 9 revolutions golden pill was refined by the Grand Pure One. It was the most successful pill that he had refined and represented his highest achievement in the Tao of alchemy. A pill that could allow one to directly prove the Tao of Daoist, such a heaven-defying treasure, he did not know if he could still refine it in the future. Now, if Yi Yang went to the 8 Visions Palace to become a disciple, the Grand Pure One might not necessarily refuse. He would most likely agree directly. This was fate set by the heavens. He sat at home while his disciple came from the heavens. It was in line with the Grand Pure One's philosophy of governing by doing nothing. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen moved and was about to rush to Yi Ang's side to persuade her to go to the Eight Visions Palace to become a disciple. In public, if Yi Ang became the disciple of the Grand Pure One, it would definitely be of great benefit to the human race. Just by relying on the name of the Grand Pure One, she did not need to do anything to intimidate some small fry. In private, as a good friend of Yi Ang, Feng Zichen naturally hoped that Yi Ang would become the disciple of the Grand Pure One. In this way, his future was guaranteed, and he was destined to become a great magician. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it was beneficial for the Yi Ang clan to acknowledge the Grand Pure One as their master. Feng Zichen naturally had to persuade him. Back then, it was also here that the Grand Pure One wanted to take Feng Zichen as his disciple, but he was rejected. On the one hand, he was concerned about the human race. On the other hand, he was worried about Nua's dissatisfaction. However, these were not the main reasons. The main reason was that Xianqing had already joined the Kunlun mountain. It was one thing to hide one's identity and become a disciple of a sage, but it was another thing to become a disciple of two sages. If the former was the case, considering their many years of relationship as master and disciple, he might just reprimand it would be over. At most, he would be expelled from the sect as a form of punishment. His life would not be in danger. However, if the latter were to be exposed, it would be a huge sin. Wouldn't that be fooling the saints? The three pure ones would explode with anger. They would lose their face and become the laughingstock of the primordial world. At that time, Feng Zichen would have to face the anger of two sages. Oh, no, it would be the anger of three sages of the same sect. If the three pure ones joined forces, even Hongjun would be afraid. Heaven and earth would be terrified. Almost no one in the primordial world could compare. If that really happened, even if Feng Zichen achieved the primordial chaos Dao fruit, he might not end up well. Therefore, even if he had countless clones, one was enough for him to acknowledge a saint as his master. If he had more, it would not be acknowledging a master, but causing trouble. After all, no one could guarantee that the clones would not be seen through for the rest of their lives. In the primordial world, nothing could be hidden forever. No matter how well you did, there would always be all kinds of accidents that would expose you. It was simply poisonous. Otherwise, how could there be so many secrets about the world in the legends of later generations? It was better to be honest. If Xianqing had not already acknowledged the Grand Master of Heaven as his master, given Feng Zichen's temperament back then, when he heard that the Grand Pure One wanted to accept him as his disciple, he would immediately run over and call him master. It was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not. Therefore, seeing that Yi Ang had obtained this opportunity, Feng Zichen was very concerned. Today, it would be fine if he agreed. If he was unwilling to acknowledge the Grand Pure One as his master, Feng Zichen would tie him up. If he missed such an opportunity, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. However, before Feng Zichen could reach Yi Ang's side, he saw a large amount of purple gas suddenly surging out of the surrounding void. It was vast and mighty, spanning more than 30,000 miles. The Grand Pure One was here. The purple gas spanned 30,000 miles. Such a phenomenon was the phenomenon of a saint traveling. And the only saint who would descend for this matter was the Grand Pure One. As expected, a white-haired old man appeared beside Yi Ang at some point in time. He stood there quietly and looked at Yi Ang silently without any sense of awkwardness. It was as if he had been there from the beginning. Although this old man looked old, he did not give people the feeling of being old. Instead, he gave people the feeling of being abnormally young and abnormally great. That old was not true old. It was the precipitation of time, the traces of the great Tao. This was the Grand Pure One, the first saint of the 6 saints. He stood there quietly, but he seemed to have become one with the world and become the center of the universe. Greetings, Grand Pure One. Yi Ang bowed slightly and said, "Are you willing to acknowledge the Poor Way as your master?" After a long while, the Grand Pure One said, "Disciple Yi Ang greets master." Without hesitation, Yang immediately bowed to the Grand Pure One. Acknowledge the saint as your master. Or acknowledge the Grand Pure One as your master. One had to know that the Grand Pure One had never taken in a disciple. If Yang became his disciple, he would be his eldest and only disciple. This was such a great opportunity that others could not even ask for it. Yang was not a fool, how could he refuse? All right. Seeing this scene, the Grand Pure One smiled slightly. Obviously, he was in a good mood. Since you have entered the celestial sect of wonders, the name of the mortal world is no longer suitable. I will give you a new Daoist name. From now on, you will be called Xuandu. After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One said. The current Daoist name was different from the future. In the future, a Daoist name was a Daoist name. It was just a name. However, it was different now. A Daoist name was a divine name. Not only did it contain magical power, but it also contained luck. For example, the three pure ones, Di Jun, Tai Yi, and others. Their names were all conferred by the world. They all had endless meanings and symbolized the origin of the world. The name Yang was ordinary. It did not have any special meaning, nor did it have any magical power. It was just a name to distinguish him from others. However, Xuandu was different. Xuandu was the Tao. Xuandu was the Tao capital. This was a divine name that only Khanate godfiends had. With the name Xuandu, one could naturally inherit supreme luck. Chapter 330. All living beings in the primordial world, whether they were innate or postnatal, automatically transformed into innate godfiends the moment they became Daoist Jingxian. Innate godfiends might not be able to become Daoist Jingxian, but Daoist Jingxian was definitely an innate godfiend. It had been like this since ancient times. Today, Yang had proven his Dao as Daoist Jingxian. Naturally, he had transformed into an innate godfiend. At the same time, the name Yang had automatically turned into a divine name. However, the name Yang was an ordinary name. Even if it transformed into a divine name, it would not be blessed by the heavenly Tao. It would not have much power, nor would it represent any luck. It would not be of much help to Yang. However, Xuandu was different. This was the divine name bestowed by the Grand Pure One. It represented a part of the origin of heaven and earth. It had a trace of luck innately and was a karmic position in itself. If Yang obtained it, he would be blessed with innate luck and be able to cut off tribulations. At the same time, it would be of great help to him when he advanced to the quasi-saint realm in the future. In the Khanate era, the heavenly Tao often appeared. The divine name was not randomly given. Every one of them had a great meaning. Sometimes, the divine name could even represent a person's future. For example, the Eastern Emperor Tai. Everything was created by Tai. Therefore, Tai was the Tao, the origin of everything in the universe. Such a meaning created Tai's reputation as the number one in the primordial world. Xuandu. Xuandu, thank you for giving me this name, Master. After chanting it twice and sensing the changes in his body, Yang bowed to the Grand Pure One. The moment the Grand Pure One called out the name Xuandu, his heart skipped a beat and he had a mysterious premonition. It was as if something good was about to happen to him. He could not help but feel joy in his heart. Sure enough, the moment he accepted the name of Xuandu, a strand of fortune descended from the unseen world and landed on Yang. In a trance, the world changed in his eyes. It was completely different from before. Endless rules appeared clearly in front of his eyes. The mountains, rivers, plants, and trees were all displayed in the form of Tao patterns. At this moment, the essence of the world was no longer a secret in front of him. If Yang had this perspective in the past, he would have become a Daoist Jingxian long ago. Why struggle so bitterly in the Tai realm? This was the benefit of luck. As the number one treasure in the great desolate world, the most essential function of providence was to aid in cultivation. Its effect was related to the amount of providence one possessed. The more providence one had, the more obvious the effects would be. Yang had only obtained a wisp of heaven and earth fate, but it had such an obvious effect. From this, one could see the power of fate. Not bad. The more he looked at Yang, the more satisfied the Grand Pure One was. My disciple, you are busy with worldly affairs. It is not suitable for you to head to the Eight Visions Temple to cultivate. Master has a great pure Tao scripture here. Take it and comprehend it to your heart's content. It won't be too late for you to go to Eight Visions Palace after the matter with the human race is settled. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One tapped Yang's glabella and imparted the Grand Pure Tao Sutra to him. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I will definitely work hard to cultivate so that I can attain the Tao as soon as possible and live up to your expectations. After accepting the Grand Pure Tao Sutra, Yang bowed to the Tao. Only when a master imparted the Tao could they truly be considered as master and disciple. Otherwise, what was the point of acknowledging a master if he did not impart the Tao or teach? Only when he imparted the Tao could he be considered a true master and disciple. For example, when Tao ancestor Hong Jun preached the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace, 3,000 Khanate god-fiends came to listen. Although these people were not accepted as disciples by the Tao ancestor, they still had to respect the Tao ancestor as their teacher. It was because they had obtained the Tao of the Tao ancestor. If you have anything you don't understand in your cultivation, feel free to go to the Eight Visions Temple to find me. In recent years, I will not leave that place. After nodding at Yang, Daoist Tai Ching's figure quietly disappeared. Just like when he came, he did not cause any ripples. Yang is Xuandu? That's interesting. In the distance, Feng Zichen could not help but be a little stunned when he saw this scene. No wonder he could not find anyone called Xuandu after searching all over the human race. It turned out that Yang was Xuandu, right under his nose. Who would have thought that? As a human of the future, Feng Zichen had heard of the name of great Daoist master Xuandu. That was the only disciple of the Grand Pure One of the few great divine abilities of the human race. Therefore, after the Grand Pure One became a saint, Feng Zichen had secretly searched for Xuandu's whereabouts in the human race. In the end, he could not find him. That was because the name Xuandu was set by the Grand Pure One. It did not exist before. Feng Zichen used him to find someone, so how could he find him? Xuandu's identity is really surprising. Looking at Yang, Feng Zichen's eyes were still filled with disbelief. How could he be Xuandu? In the legends of the future, in order to seek the great Tao, Xuandu of the human race worshipped mountains and rivers. He spent tens of thousands of years worshipping almost all the famous mountains and rivers of the primordial world. However, Xuandu's aptitude was too slow. Even though he had worshipped all the famous mountains and rivers, those great divine abilities still looked down on him and refused to accept him as a disciple. Only the Grand Pure One was moved by his perseverance. He personally descended in front of him and accepted him as his personal disciple. In the primordial world, there were countless living beings. Among them, there was no lack of great opportunities and great wisdom. Only those with great perseverance were rare in the primordial world. And Xuandu was one of the few people with great perseverance in the primordial world. Perseverance could not improve one's comprehension ability, nor could it improve one's karmic luck. However, it represented a firm heart to pursue the Tao. The great Tao was long and there were many obstacles ahead. If one wanted to reach the end, one could only persevere, and persevere. To the Grand Pure One, it did not matter if his disciple did not have wisdom. He could open his disciple's wisdom. It did not matter if his disciple did not have an opportunity. He could plan for his disciple. Only in terms of perseverance, he could not do anything. Perseverance was something that concerned the human heart. It was the most difficult thing to figure out. Even a saint could not completely grasp it. Whether one had perseverance or not could only depend on themselves. Outsiders could only motivate them. Therefore, what the Grand Pure One lacked was a disciple with great perseverance. And that was the only thing Xuandu had. But what was going on now? In terms of perseverance, Yang had it, but it was far from the legendary level. It could be said that the only thing worth praising about Yang now was his heaven-defying luck. Otherwise, he would not have obtained the 9 revolutions golden pill. Forget it, why think so much? History has been modified. Who can tell whether it's true or false? Unable to figure out why Yang was Xuandu, Feng Zichen decided not to think about it. Anyway, it did not matter if he thought about it or not. It was a good thing. Haha. Good friend, congratulations. With a loud laugh, Feng Zichen stepped forward and came to Yang's side. He congratulated him from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 331. As the only disciple of the Grand Pure One, Yang's future was destined to be extraordinary. He would definitely become a powerful figure. If one day, something happened to Feng Zichen, Yang would be the last guarantee of the human race. With him, no matter what disaster the human race encountered, he would always be able to preserve a trace of inheritance and a wisp of fire. Yang greets your majesty. Seeing Feng Zichen, Yang bowed slightly. No matter how his identity changed, he was still a human. As a human, he had to bow when he saw the human emperor. Good friend, it is a blessing for the human race that you have proven your Daoist Xianxia. I'll give you this Khanate Yin-Yang sword as a congratulatory gift for your Dao. After helping Yang up, Feng Zichen took out a Khanate divine sword intertwined with black and white Dao light and handed it to him. This was a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the Khanate Yin-Yang divine sword. Back then, Feng Zichen had obtained 2 fragments of Khanate spiritual treasures in the ancient ruins. Those 2 Khanate spiritual treasures were both superior grade Khanate spiritual treasures. One belonged to the Tao of Light, and the other belonged to the Tao of Darkness. However, these 2 Khanate spiritual treasures were so badly damaged that their original appearance could not be seen at all. Moreover, it was extremely troublesome to repair them. According to Feng Zichen's calculations, the price to repair them was already enough to pile up a Daoist Xianxia. This meant that they were completely worthless to repair. Therefore, Feng Zichen took advantage of the chaos outside the realm to melt the fragments of these 2 Khanate spiritual treasures. Using the chaos qi to evolve the Khanate Yin and Yang qi, and supplemented by his own understanding of the Khanate Yin-Yang theory, Feng Zichen used the opposing forces of light and darkness to evolve the theory of Yin and Yang theory. He forcefully refined these 2 broken Khanate spiritual treasures into a Khanate spiritual treasure. He also sublimated their essence, transforming them from light and darkness attributes to Khanate Yin and Yang attributes. However, Feng Zichen already had the Zichen sword and the myriad sword illustration. It was meaningless for him to keep the innate Yin and Yang sword. It just so happened that Yang had attained Dao at this time and did not have a suitable spiritual treasure. Feng Zichen simply gave the sword to him. On the one hand, it was to congratulate him for breaking through the Daoist Xianxia. On the other hand, it was to give him a decent spiritual treasure to make him look good. Otherwise, how would it look if word got out that the great Daoist Xianxia did not even have a single Khanate spiritual treasure? As for Yang, he had already become the disciple of the Grand Pure One. He would definitely not lack Khanate numinous treasures in the future. Yes. But these, what did it have to do with the human race? What did it have to do with Feng Zichen? The Khanate numinous treasure that he gave to the Yang clan was a gift from the human race. The Khanate numinous treasure that the Grand Pure One gave to the Yang clan was a gift from his master. The 2 were fundamentally different. This, a superior grade innate spiritual treasure. This is too precious. I can't take it. Looking at the Khanate Yin-Yang sword in front of him, Yang seemed a little hesitant. If it was an ordinary treasure, with his friendship with Feng Zichen, he would accept it. But this was a superior grade innate spiritual treasure, which was comparable to a quasi-saint's treasure. He was really embarrassed to accept it. Just take it. Why are you talking nonsense? You are the Taoist priests of the human race. If you don't even have a single Khanate spiritual treasure, wouldn't it damage the reputation of the human race? Besides, you have contributed greatly to the human race's success today. This Khanate spiritual treasure is what you deserve. If you don't accept this sword today, the world will think that the human race treats those who have contributed poorly. Won't that disappoint the hearts of the people? In the future, who will fight for the human race? Seeing that Yang had refused, Feng Zichen's tone could not help but become sterner. His words were even a little alarmist. In fact, it was not alarmist. Now, those who worked hard for the rise of the human race were purely for their dreams and did not ask for anything in return. They were a group of lovely people, a group of admirable people, and also people who would be remembered for a lifetime. But people would always change. Feng Zichen had never been afraid to speculate people's hearts with the worst malice. Because people's hearts were the most complicated thing in the world. Even the saints could not understand or see through them. If they could see through people's hearts, Xian Qing's apprenticeship would not have happened. When people's efforts and returns were gradually not proportional, it was difficult for people to keep their original hearts. Even if they could keep their original hearts and continue to fight for the rise of the human race, what about the people after that? Who could guarantee that the future generations would be like their predecessors, working hard for an illusory dream? Feng Zichen did not believe that everyone had the determination to give everything for the human race. Therefore, he wanted to set up a reward system in the human race to reward those who had contributed so as to inspire people's hearts. And Yang was the example he set. He just wanted to let his people know that whoever gave for the human race would be rewarded. Don't blame Feng Zichen for being oversensitive. In the later generations, he had seen and heard too many disputes of interests, causing him to not believe in people's hearts, but only in interests. He always believed that in this world, only interests could move people's hearts. If it could not, it could only mean that the interests were not enough, not that the interests were not enough. For interests, even the saints would fall out with each other, let alone ordinary people. Then, I'll accept it. Seeing that Feng Zichen said it so seriously, as if he would be sorry for the human race if he refused, Yang had no choice but to accept the innate yin and yang sword. Yang was not a fool. Of course, a fool could not be the human king. At first, he might not have understood Feng Zichen's intention to give him the innate yin and yang sword. But Feng Zichen had said it so clearly. If he still did not understand Feng Zichen's purpose, he would be a fool. Therefore, he accepted the innate yin and yang sword. Since Feng Zichen wanted him to be an example to inspire people, he would do it. Because he was the human king, and he had to put the interests of the human race first. He had no reason to refuse such a beneficial thing for the human race. Okay, don't worry about it. This innate yin and yang sword is not of much use in my hands. It's better to give it to you, so that it won't be covered in dust. I think that this sword will definitely be able to shine brightly in your hands. It will not be a waste of your trip to the human world. Looking at the innate yin and yang sword in Yang's hands, Feng Zichen sighed. If this sword was left in his hands, it would probably be of no use other than eating dust in the treasury. On the contrary, in the hands of Yang, it could show its sharpness. As the saying goes, Tai Chi gave birth to yin and yang. The Grand Pure One had the Tai Chi diagram in his hands, so he must have amazing attainments in the Tai Chi yin and yang Dao. And Yang was his disciple, so he would definitely teach him the Tai Chi yin and yang Dao. In this way, the innate yin and yang sword could unleash its strongest power in Yang's hands. Perhaps, Yang could also use this to prove the innate yin and yang Dao. Chapter 332. Your Majesty, you must be joking. You are the ancestor of swordsmanship. All the swords in the primitive world are proud to be your sword. Any divine sword in the primitive world can shine brilliantly in your hands. It is enough to shine the whole era. At this time, Yang suddenly said seriously. She disagreed with Feng Zichen's words. In the past, the human race had always been proud of Mother Nuwa's creation because it was the only thing the human race had that was worth showing off. But now, the human clan was proud of Feng Zichen. That was the sword ancestor of the primitive world. The existence that opened up a path with his own strength was like the creation of heaven and earth. He amazed the whole primitive world and completely covered the glory of the sage. At that moment, he was the protagonist of heaven and earth, the center of the universe. Everything in the world revolved around him. All the glory was bestowed upon him. It was as if there was nothing else in the world except him. The whole primitive world was under his light. He was the only one in the primitive world. He was a living myth, a legend of the primitive world. He was also the pride of the human clan. Therefore, the human clan was proud of Feng Zichen. He was perfect and must be perfect. There was no room for any flaws. Therefore, Feng Zichen's self-modesty was naturally harsh to the ears of the human clan. Let's not talk about this. Seeing Yi Ang's serious expression, Feng Zichen laughed and changed the topic. Good friend, you have now become the Daoist Jingxian. Do you have a candidate in mind to replace you? The human king position was prepared for the Tai Jingxian of the human clan to help them understand the Daoist Dao fruit. Now, Yi Ang had achieved great merit. The human king position was naturally useless. The human king bears a heavy burden. It concerns the life and death of thousands of people. It must be a person of great wisdom, courage, and virtue. But such a person is rarely seen in a million years. I can't find one in a short time. Therefore, the human king position should continue to stay in the destiny of the human clan. In the future, when a virtuous person is born, the position of the human sovereign will naturally descend. With that said, Yi Ang forced out the position of the king of man and sent him into the destiny of the human race, leaving him for the fated one. Your Majesty, you should know that the position of sovereign personage is of great importance. You cannot make a rash decision. If there's no suitable candidate, I'd rather leave it empty than appoint someone casually. In the end, Yi Ang advised Feng Zichen. The human sovereign had the power to confer the title of sovereign personage. This was not a secret among the sovereign personages. As one of Feng Zichen's few friends, Yi Ang knew a little about him. She knew that if the humankind was in great danger, with his personality, he would definitely try his best to improve the humankind's strength. Therefore, the Yi Ang clan was worried that Feng Zichen would forcibly appoint some human kings in order to increase the strength of the human race. But if one's virtue did not match the position, it would be a disaster, not a blessing. I know what to do. You don't have to worry. Feng Zichen naturally understood Yi Ang's worries, but with the threat of extinction right in front of him, he couldn't care less. No matter how big the disaster was, it couldn't be compared to the disaster of extinction. However, Yi Ang's choice was not beyond his expectation. Yi Ang's Dao affirmation was more than sudden. It was simply unexpected. He had just ascended to the position of sovereign personage not long ago. Before he had the time to make a grand plan, he directly broke through. He was probably dumbfounded himself. Not long after ascending to the position of sovereign personage, Yi Ang was so excited that he couldn't help but go to Mount Shouyang to take a look. But he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at Mount Shouyang, the 9 transformation golden pill flew over by itself. At that time, Yi Ang's mood was extremely complicated. There was surprise, shock, doubt. All kinds of emotions intertwined in his heart. It could be said that it was the most emotional moment in his life. By the way, Your Majesty, why did you come here? The two chatted for a long time, and Yi Ang finally brought the topic back to business. It's a long story. Then, Feng Zichen told Yi Ang about the East Sea and the plan to turn East City into the business capital of the untainted land. That's the general idea. You should think about it for a while. After saying that, Feng Zichen gave Yi Ang some time to think. With such a big plan, Yi Ang had to think about it carefully. It wasn't something that could be done just because Feng Zichen thought it was okay. Of course, whether Yi Ang agreed to this plan or not, Feng Zichen would carry it out. Because this was the will of the heavens. Just as he wanted to borrow the name of the Grand Pure One to protect his business capital, the Grand Pure One had accepted Yi Ang as his disciple. Now, there was nothing to worry about at all. With the disciple of the saint here, who would dare to cause trouble? Wasn't this the will of the heavens? Your Majesty, your idea is indeed good, but have you thought about what if Master doesn't agree? Looking at the excited Feng Zichen, Yang pointed out the most fatal flaw in his plan. Everyone knew that the Grand Pure One liked peace and not noise. If Xanadu was established, it would definitely be lively and noisy. In this way, with the personality of the Grand Pure One, how could he be happy? If he wasn't happy, Xanadu wouldn't be established. It doesn't matter. Even if the Grand Pure One doesn't like it, I can establish Xanadu with the Magi. The Magi won't reject my request. How could Feng Zichen not think of such an obvious loophole? He already had a solution. To be honest, in the primordial world, the name of the Magi was much more useful than the name of the Grand Pure One. However, he was worried about the battle between the Magi and the demons. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not establish Xanadu and the Magi. Besides, how do you know that the Grand Pure One will definitely reject it? This matter of promoting communication in the primordial world is of great benefit to the primordial world. The saint has no reason to reject it. After a while, Feng Zichen said again. It was the duty of the saint to let the primordial world evolve further. Feng Zichen established Xanadu with the intention of opening up a trade route that would be of great benefit to the primordial world. Even if the saint didn't like it, he had to accept it. Then, I'll ask Master and see what he thinks. After thinking for a while, Yang said hesitantly. That's true. This matter concerns the saint. It's better to ask for his opinion. If he really doesn't agree, we'll do something else. Feng Zichen nodded and replied. If the Grand Pure One said that he didn't like it, Feng Zichen wouldn't ask for a rebuff and establish Xanadu under his nose. It wasn't worth offending a saint for this. Alright, I'll go now. At the same time, I'll ask Master if he can impart the Grand Pure Tao scripture to you. I still remember that Master wanted to take you in as a disciple back then. He should have a good impression of you. After replying to Feng Zichen, Yang turned around and walked towards Mount Shouyang. However, his last words moved Feng Zichen. Yang actually wanted to ask for the Grand Pure Tao scripture for him. This. Chapter 333. There's no need for that. The Grand Pure Daoist scripture is the saint's painstaking effort. If he really wanted to pass it to me, he would have done so back then. But until now, the Grand Pure One hasn't made any moves. Obviously, he doesn't want to pass this scripture to me. So, don't ask, lest you make the saint unhappy. After a long while, Feng Zichen said. Not to mention that he already had the Grand Pure Daoist scripture, even if he didn't, Yang couldn't ask. He had just become a disciple and hadn't done anything yet, but he was already thinking of helping outsiders. Anyone would be unhappy. Feng Zichen was sure that if Yang asked, the Grand Pure One's good impression of him would definitely fall to the bottom. It would be very disadvantageous to his Tao path. Therefore, Yang definitely couldn't ask. A bright future was in the distance. If it was ruined because of this, it would be too much of a loss. But, after hesitating for a while, Yang wanted to say something more, but she was interrupted by Feng Zichen. Listen to me, don't ask. I have the inheritance of Goddess Nuwa. I don't lack top-notch Daoist scriptures. You don't have to worry about me. Feng Zichen understood Yang's plan. Therefore, he said directly. The Daoist scripture was the scripture of the Great Tao. It was a book that explained the truth of the Great Tao. The Grand Pure Daoist scripture recorded more than just the cultivation method. Of course, if it only recorded the cultivation method, the Grand Pure Daoist scripture would not have become a top-notch Daoist scripture in the primordial world. The most precious thing on it was the Grand Pure One's understanding of the Great Tao. The saint organized his understanding of the Great Tao into books. The books that were formed were Daoist scriptures. To Daoist Jingxian, any cultivation method had lost its meaning. They were already the incarnation of the Tao and had reached the peak. If they wanted to improve, they could only deepen their understanding of the Tao and fight for the right to explain the Tao. The saint's insights in the Daoist scripture were resources that could allow them to improve continuously. In Yang's heart, Feng Zichen's aptitude was the best in the primordial world. Few people could compare to him. His luck was enough to shock the world. His perseverance was even more amazing. He was almost perfect. However, Feng Zichen had a fatal shortcoming, which was that he didn't have a systematic inheritance. His foundation was a little shallow. Therefore, he wanted to ask for the great pure Daoist scripture for Feng Zichen to make up for his shortcomings. However, Yang did not know Feng Zichen well enough. Putting everything else aside, just the 3 enclosures Dao Sutra passed down by the Emperor Star was already the top Khanate Dao Sutra of the primordial world. It was not weaker than the 3 pure Dao Sutra and was close to the highest Dao Sutra of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, the Yellow Court Sutra. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not lack Daoist scriptures. His foundation was far more than Yang had imagined. Good friend, I am the human emperor, the spokesperson of the Holy Mother in the world. She will not treat me unfairly. Otherwise, without the help of Her Highness Nuwa, how could I have achieved what I have today? Nuwa was Feng Zichen's best shield. If there was anything extraordinary about him, he could push it to Her Highness Nuwa. Anyway, no one could go to the palace of Empress Wa to verify it. Alright, I'll go now. Yang thought about it and nodded. Then, she rode a cloud to the 8 Visions Palace. The 8 Visions Palace was on Mount Shouyang, which was next to Yi City. Therefore, Yang arrived in front of the 8 Visions Palace in a moment. Disciple Xian Du is here to pay respects to Master. Outside the palace gate, Yang saluted. Come in. Inside the 8 Visions Palace, the Grand Pure One said faintly. At the same time, as his voice fell, the tightly shut palace door opened. Without hesitation, Yang stepped in. When they entered the hall, the first thing they saw was a bright Daoist lamp. It was the 8 Visions Palace lamp, the human lamp of the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and man. It was the top primordial spiritual treasure of the primordial world. There was a purple flame in the lamp. It was called the sky-burning purple flame. It had infinite power and could burn the sky and boil the sea. Unfortunately, because the Grand Pure One had many treasures, this lamp was not famous. It was only used for illumination when he was talking about the scriptures. Yang looked down and saw a purple gold gourd. It was a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the purple gold gourd. It was also one of the 7 gourds produced by the Khanate grapevine. It was also a top-grade prehistoric spiritual treasure. It had infinite power, but it was used by the Grand Pure One to refine pills. A few steps forward, Yang saw a Daoist furnace and a fan. That furnace was the Khanate 8 trigrams furnace. It was also a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. It was the furnace that the Grand Pure One used to refine pills. The fan was not an ordinary item. It was a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the Khanate banana fan. Legend had it that when the world was first created, there was a Khanate banana tree on Mount Buzhou. After thousands of years, it obtained the fortune of the world and produced 4 banana leaves. They were divided into earth, fire, water, and wind. When the banana leaves matured, they turned into 4 banana fans. They were all supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. Among them, the fire attribute Khanate banana fan was taken away by the Grand Pure One to fan fire. The wind attribute Khanate banana fan was taken away by Daoist Mingi. This fan was the banana fan of the future. As for the earth attribute and water attribute banana fans, they were taken away by the other 2 great divine abilities. As they lived in seclusion, they completely disappeared from the primordial world. Looking carefully, Yang could not help but fall into shock. The incense burner, the meditation cushion on the ground, the surrounding screens, and the murals hanging on the wall were all releasing Khanate Dao runes. Clearly, they were all Khanate spiritual treasures. Good boy. My master has so many supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. He's so rich. Yang clicked her tongue when she came back to her senses. With just a rough glance, she discovered 4 supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures and more than 10 ordinary Khanate spiritual treasures. These Khanate spiritual treasures added up were more than the Khanate spiritual treasures she had seen before. Of course, What really shocked Yang was not the number of Khanate spiritual treasures, but their use. Those were supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures, peerless treasures with earth-shattering power. Every one of them was extremely precious and could attract countless people to fight for them. However, such treasures were placed in the hands of the Grand Pure One. They were used to light up the fire, and nourish the pills. They were completely ordinary things, which completely subverted Yang's understanding. Saint. This was a saint. The supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures that they regarded as treasures were dispensable in the eyes of saints. In the end, their realms were different, and their understanding had undergone a huge change. The difference was too great. At this moment, the pride that Yang had because of Daoist Jingxian was completely shattered. Daoist Jingxian was not strong enough. Above him, there was still the sage-to-be and the primordial chaos Dao realm. In a trance, Yang had undergone some kind of transformation, and her heart to pursue the Dao became more determined. On the other side, the Grand Pure One, who had been paying attention to Yang, noticed her change and could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. Chapter 334. Xian Du, I already know why you're here. I understand your worries. The Eight Visions Palace is a world of its own. As long as I don't want to, no one can disturb me. So, just do it. Don't worry about me. Just follow your heart. How could Yang's intentions be hidden from the Grand Pure One? As soon as he thought about it, the Grand Pure One understood the cause and effect. If saints were so easy to scheme against, they would not be called saints. Of course, Feng Zichen was an exception. He had Pangu to conceal the secrets of heaven and could do what ordinary people could not. Even if he schemed against saints, saints would not be able to sense it. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Yang knew in his heart, Shangdu was done. Shangdu was built near Mount Shouyang. Even if the Grand Pure One denied it, the world would not believe that Shangdu had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the manager of Shangdu was his only disciple. You're from the human race and don't have any Dharma treasures. I'll give you this treasure to protect yourself. Looking at Yang, the Grand Pure One suddenly said. Then, a red light flew out from his body and landed in Yang's hand, turning into a small red flag. This was the floating flame flag. It was formed from the lotus leaves of the chaos treasure, the green lotus of creation. It was one of the Khanate 5-element flags, a supreme-grade Khanate merit numinous treasure, the southern floating flame flag. This was one of the strongest Khanate numinous treasures, second only to Khanate cardinal treasures. Thank you, Master. Yang said excitedly as he touched the treasure flag in his hand. He had heard Feng Zichen mention the origin of the Khanate 5-element flags, so he knew that it was the top Khanate numinous treasure of the primordial world that could suppress providence. The southern floating flame flag was extremely powerful. It could mess up yin and yang, reverse the 5 elements, and make all evil retreat. All right. If there's nothing else, you can leave. After bestowing the Dharma treasure, the Grand Pure One began to chase him away. Then, Master, I'll take my leave first. Suppressing his excitement, Yang stood up and walked out. The Grand Pure One has agreed. Just as I expected. In East City, the moment the Grand Pure One nodded in agreement, Feng Zichen sensed it. Just as he had thought, the Grand Pure One did not refuse. Of course, he had no reason to refuse something that was beneficial to the development of the primordial world. Although the saints were stronger than the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, they were not as carefree and free as they were. They were restricted by the heavenly Dao everywhere. Your Majesty, Master has agreed. After a while, Yang came back and said to Feng Zichen with a happy face. I already know. Feng Zichen nodded and indicated that he already understood. Then, he asked Yang curiously. Look at how happy you are. Did you get some treasure from the saint? Just now, when he gave Yang the innate yin and yang sword, he didn't hide it at all in front of everyone. The Grand Pure One naturally saw it clearly. That was another reason why Feng Zichen gave Yang the treasure. Look, although the human race is poor, we still took out a superior grade connate numinous treasure as a gift for Yang's Dao attainment. As his master, the Grand Pure One wouldn't be stingy, right? The treasure that he gave out must be extremely precious. Otherwise, if word got out, he would be ridiculed by others. It would really be embarrassing. Your Majesty, look. When he first obtained the treasure, Yang also had the intention to show off. He took it out excitedly and let Feng Zichen have a look. He still remembered how Feng Zichen sounded when he mentioned the connate 5-element flags. Floating flame flag. Xianqing had lived in Kunlun Mountain for a long time, so he was naturally familiar with the treasures of Kunlun. Therefore, Feng Zichen recognized the origin of this treasure at a glance. Seeing this item, Feng Zichen knew that he had achieved his goal. Although he didn't know what treasure the Grand Pure One had given him after Xuandu became a disciple, Feng Zichen was sure that it was definitely not the floating flame flag. Such a treasure was formed from a chaos treasure and contained a trace of the mysteries of the Great Tao. It was very useful to saints and would not be easily given away. This flag is a connate merit numinous treasure. It has the ability to suppress providence and also has a trace of heaven providence. It's your fortune to be able to obtain it. In the future, as long as you don't go against the heavens, you can expect to reach the Great Tao with this treasure. After the excitement in Yang's heart passed, Feng Zichen said, I know. You once told me the origin of this flag. The moment Yang obtained the floating flame flag, he knew that it was a treasure that could help people attain the Tao. It's good that you know, eh? Just as he was about to nod, Feng Zichen glanced at the floating flame flag again from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a throbbing feeling surged in his heart, disturbing his mind. This was something that had never happened before. Feng Zichen was no stranger to the floating flame flag. That was when he was at Kunlun Mountain. There were many treasures of the 3 pure ones for him to play with, and the floating flame flag was among them. However, in the past, when he often came into contact with the floating flame flag, there was no abnormality at all. However, when he saw this flag today, his mind was in a mess. It was really strange. What's wrong? Seeing Feng Zichen's expression suddenly change, Yang asked worriedly. Nothing. I just need to rest for a while. With that, Feng Zichen closed his eyes and used the connate 8 trigrams with all his strength to find the reason for the throbbing. On the other side, on Penglai Island, Xianqing also temporarily put down the things at hand and used the Dao derivation technique to deduce. It's it. The green lotus of creation. With the addition of Xianqing, Feng Zichen, who was originally clueless, found the source of the abnormality in an instant. It was the lotus seed borne by the connate cardinal treasure, the green lotus of creation. The green lotus of creation. I see. In a trance, Feng Zichen understood the cause and effect, so he put away his divine power and ended the deduction. The green lotus of creation was the most orthodox descendant of the 36th grade green lotus of creation. It was far from what the 4 great lotus platforms and the connate 5-element flags could compare to. Even if the green lotus of creation was inferior to these 9 connate spiritual treasures in terms of level, orthodoxy was not based on level, but on origin and inheritance. The green lotus of creation had the most complete inheritance of the chaotic green lotus, and it was also the treasure that was most likely to evolve into the chaotic green lotus. Therefore, it was the most orthodox. After obtaining the green lotus of creation, Xianqing had not touched the connate 5-element flags. Therefore, there was no abnormality at all. Today, Yang brought the southern floating flame flag to Feng Zichen's side. At the same time, on Penglai Island, Xianqing also happened to come to the Chaos Spirit Pool. Under such a coincidence, through Xianqing and Feng Zichen, the green lotus of creation sensed the aura of the connate 5-element flags and the 4 lotus platforms at the same time. Chapter 335. As if a certain condition had been met, the green lotus of creation seed suddenly underwent an inexplicable change. However, it also seemed to be afraid of something. This change was forcefully suppressed by itself. It did not cause any abnormalities, so Xianqing did not notice it at all. Perhaps it was unwilling, or perhaps it was something else, but the green lotus of creation seed still made an effort in the end, causing a trace of abnormality that Feng Zichen noticed. The green lotus of creation seed actually has such an ability. What a heaven-defying creation! He learned of its purpose from the green lotus of creation seed. Feng Zichen sighed and was also a little shocked. But more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. The green lotus of creation seed wanted to grow. That was its purpose. Ever since Xianqing obtained the green lotus of creation seed, he had been idle in the treasure vault. He had never paid any attention to it, let alone helped it grow. Of course, it was not that he looked down on it, but that he had not thought of how to cultivate it. After all, it was a lotus seed born by the innate cardinal treasure, the green lotus of creation. The innate lotus flower that grew was at least a superior grade innate spirit treasure. However, a superior grade innate spirit treasure was obviously not enough to satisfy Feng Zichen. Therefore, he was waiting. He was waiting for him to find a suitable treasure to improve the innate origin of the green lotus of creation seed and bloom an innate lotus flower that was at the supreme grade innate spirit treasure level. However, before Feng Zichen could find a suitable innate spirit treasure, the green lotus of creation seed could not wait any longer and took the initiative to grow. Of course, there were conditions for its growth, and they were very harsh. Otherwise, it would not have alarmed Feng Zichen. As mentioned earlier, the green lotus of creation seed was the most orthodox descendant of the chaos green lotus. It held its most complete inheritance and was also the treasure that was most likely to turn into the chaos green lotus. Therefore, after sensing the world-cleansing white lotus and the floating flame flag at the same time, the two treasures that were transformed from the remnant body of the green lotus of creation. The aura of the chaos green lotus that was hidden deeply in the green lotus of creation seed was revived. At that moment, the green lotus of creation seed had the desire to devour these two spirit treasures. However, it was worried about the heavenly path, so it suppressed this desire and did not dare to reveal it. But in the end, he was unwilling to give up just like that. Therefore, he attracted Feng Zichen. As long as it devoured all the connate numinous treasures transformed from the remnant body of the chaos green lotus, the creation green lotus would be able to transform back into the chaos green lotus. This was the conclusion that Feng Zichen deduced, and it was also the message that the green lotus of creation told him. This, faced with such shocking news, how could Feng Zichen remain calm? That was the chaotic green lotus. It was said that even the birth of the great god Pangu was greatly related to him. Creation was one of the most miraculous powers in the world. It could make the impossible possible. If Feng Zichen obtained the chaos green lotus, he could use it to transform into a chaos demonic god. At that time, the true great Tao could be expected. The primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian was nothing. Innate gods were the seeds of Daoist Jingxian. Chaos fiend gods were the seeds of the great Tao. Feng Zichen didn't know if he could really attain the great Tao. However, the chaos fiend gods would definitely become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. On this point, he was certain. Because the imprints of the 3,000 chaos fiend gods had already proven this. Among them, none of them were inferior to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Unfortunately, this can only be thought of. It's completely impossible to succeed. After a moment, Feng Zichen came back to his senses from his beautiful fantasy. He shook his head and sighed. This matter seemed simple, but it was even more difficult than him achieving the primordial chaos Tao realm. The chaos bead still had a chance to recover, but the chaos green lotus was absolutely impossible. For some reason, the heavenly Tao's fear of the chaos green lotus had almost reached a pathological level. It was not enough to split it up. He even arranged for each of the connate numinous treasures to have an extremely powerful master. TSK. The demon ancestor, the three pure ones, Zhuan Ti, Daoist Mingi, Jade Pool, these people were not to be trifled with. Snatching the connate numinous treasures from them was simply despairing. Especially the four connate numinous treasures, the Qingping sword, the three precious jade Rui scepter, the coiling dragon scepter, and the golden lotus of merit. It was completely impossible to snatch them. The first three were the sacred artifacts of the three pure ones, and the last was the supreme treasure of the Western sect. If they were touched, even the saints would go crazy. As for the rest, he could plan. I don't have the ability to get their main bodies, but I can give a try to get a wisp of their connate origin. After thinking carefully for a while, Feng Zichen thought of a possibility. What the green lotus of creation wanted to devour was nothing more than their connate origin to strengthen its connate origin and achieve the goal of promotion. Since it wanted the connate origin, it would be thick-skinned to ask for a wisp. Although the effect of doing so was countless times worse than devouring a complete connate numinous treasure. However, there was still a possibility. It was not as hopeless as before. When Feng Zichen gathered the connate 5-element flags, the connate origins of the 4 lotus platforms, and the pure white lotus in his hand, he might be able to let the green lotus of creation devour it. It might be able to restore it to a connate numinous treasure. That was enough. It might not be a good thing to restore it to a chaos numinous treasure. A few days later, Xianqing suddenly came to the 8 Visions Palace and asked the Grand Pure One for a wisp of the connate origin of the floating flame flag. Since he was putting on an act, he naturally had to go all out. The green lotus of creation was with Xianqing, not Feng Zichen. Why do you want the connate origin of the floating flame flag? In the 8 Visions Palace, the Grand Pure One asked curiously. If Xianqing asked for the floating flame flag, he would not be puzzled. However, what was a wisp of connate origin? Even a saint could not deduce something that involved a chaos numinous treasure. I accidentally discovered that the connate numinous treasure transformed from the remnant body of the chaos green lotus can promote the advancement of the green lotus of creation. Therefore, I came to ask for a wisp of connate origin from you. There was nothing to hide about this, and it could not be hidden. When the green lotus of creation was born, all karma would appear. At that time, nothing could be hidden. Hiding it from the 3 pure ones now was to bury a mine for the future. Therefore, Xianqing told the truth. It should be your good fortune. After listening to Xianqing's description, the Grand Pure One was silent for a long time before he said. The green lotus of creation had been in the hands of the 3 of them for some years. However, no matter how they studied it, they could not discover the secret within. It had only been given to Xianqing for a short while, but he had discovered the secret within. Wasn't that his good fortune? It's a pity that you're too late. I just gave the floating flame flag to your junior brother. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I can't. The Grand Pure One shook his head and smiled. That's okay. Where is junior brother? I'll use other treasures to exchange with him. Xianqing said nonchalantly. Chapter 336. It's just a small matter. You can discuss it among yourselves. There's no need to bother me. The Grand Pure One waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said impatiently. It was better for the elders not to interfere in the matters of the younger generation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The mirror of primordial beginning was right in front of him. The Grand Pure One would understand this principle. All right, then I'll take my leave. With that, Xianqing bowed to the Grand Pure One and turned to leave the 8 Visions Palace. Good friend, I need your help with something. In East City, Feng Zichen suddenly said to Yang, what is it? Your Majesty, just say it. I'll do my best. Yang was a little surprised that Feng Zichen wanted to ask him for help. It's not a big deal. I have a good friend, your eldest senior martial brother, Daoist Xianqing, the 9 Heavens Celestial Lord. He wants to ask for a wisp of the floating flame flag's connate origin from you. But he's not familiar with you, so he asked me to help. In order to save trouble, Feng Zichen did not let Xianqing come forward. He directly talked to him himself. It's just a small matter. Senior brother can just say it. There's no need to trouble your Majesty. With that, Yang took out the floating flame flag and pulled out a wisp of connate origin from it. Is this enough? Yang asked as he handed the Khanate origin to Feng Zichen. It seemed that if Feng Zichen said it was not enough, he would immediately pull out another wisp. Enough, it's enough. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly said. He could not let him continue. After losing a wisp of Khanate origin, the Khanate spirit light on the floating flame flag had dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he lost another wisp of origin, it would most likely hurt the foundation of the floating flame flag, causing his level to drop. It was not worth it. Yang, take this mass of merit chi. Xianqing said that as his senior brother, he can't let his junior brother suffer. Feng Zichen took the pre-world essence, then took out a sphere of black and yellow natural virtues and handed it to Yang with a smile. Not to mention his relationship with the Yang family, even Xianqing, as his senior, could not let him suffer. Otherwise, not only would it ruin the relationship between fellow disciples, it would also be bad for the reputation of the sect if word got out. Therefore, the merit that Feng Zichen gave to Yang was definitely more valuable than the innate origin. Anyway, what Xianqing lacked the most now was merit points. He didn't care about the extra 1 or 2 points. Virtue was created by the source energy of the world. It contained all sorts of mysteries and could be said to be an omnipotent treasure. It was extremely precious. Using it to offset the losses of the Yang family was the best choice. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Nodding, Yang didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the merit points. Okay, this matter is over. I should also go to the Wu tribe and ask ancestor of sorcerer Di Jiang to help me set up the teleportation formation in Untainted Land. I'll have to trouble you to set up Xanadu and communicate with the Youyu family. With the innate origin in hand, Feng Zichen brought the topic back to his original purpose. Without the teleportation formation, even if Xanadu was really set up, no one would come. Therefore, setting up the teleportation formation was especially important. And among the people that Feng Zichen knew, only ancestor of sorcerer Di Jiang had the ability to set up the teleportation formation in Untainted Land. As the master of space and the leader of the Wu tribe. In Untainted Land, Di Jiang had an advantage that even the sages could not match. If he were to set up the teleportation formation in Untainted Land, it would not be difficult. Okay, I've wasted a lot of time. I'll leave now. With that, Feng Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yang. See you off, Your Majesty. Yang murmured softly, then turned and left to gather people. After leaving East City, Feng Zichen first handed a wisp of the Khanate origin of the floating flame flag to Xianqing. Then, he took out the sorcerer token and went directly to the Panga Hall. On the other side, after Xianqing took the Khanate origin, he flew straight to Kunlun Mountain. There was the central Wuxia apricot yellow flag, which was in the hands of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. According to what Feng Zichen knew, the Khanate 5-element flags each had their own masters and were in the hands of 5 great divine abilities. The southern floating flame flag was in the hands of the Grand Pure One, the central Wuxia apricot yellow flag was in the hands of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, the eastern green treasure lotus flag was in the hands of Saint Jiayin, and the northern mystic essence water control flag was in the hands of Daoist Mingi. Feng Zichen was confident that he could get a wisp of the Khanate origin from each of the 4 flags. Only the western white cloud-bound flag was in the hands of Dao ancestor Hong Jun or the Jade Pool Golden Mother. He was not confident that he could get it. Ever since the Dao ancestor merged with the Dao, the purple cloud palace had been hidden in the depths of the chaos beyond the heavens. Only saints could see it. Feng Zichen was just Daoist Jingxian. He did not have the ability to go to the chaos beyond the heavens to find the purple cloud palace. If he could not see it, how could he exchange it? On the other hand, he was confident that he could get their Khanate origin from the square lotus platform. The pure white lotus was in his hands. He could get as much Khanate origin as he wanted. And back then in the Archean ruins, the black lotus of destruction had a lotus seed that was born from its origin and was snatched by him. In this way, the Khanate origin of the black lotus of destruction was already in his hands. As for the Khanate origin of the red lotus of hellfire, when Huda turned into reincarnation, he could plan a little and exchange it with the Khanate origin of the Xianyuan water control flag from Daoist Mingi. The 12th grade golden lotus of virtue was the most precious treasure of the Western sect. It was very precious to him to receive the two saints' Zhuanti and could not be easily touched. It was simply impossible to separate a wisp of congenital origin from him. However, these were not problems for Xian Qing. One had to know that Xian Qing was a spiritual supremacy, the master of the spirit clan recognized by heaven and earth. He controlled everything in the spirit clan. The main body of Saint Zhuanti was the first Bodhi tree in heaven and earth. He was also considered to be from the spirit clan. Over the years, the spirit clan's situation in the primordial world had become more and more difficult. There was not even a Daoist Jingxian in the clan. They were almost at the bottom of the primordial world. But even so, Saint Zhuanti did not appear to help. It was as if he could not see the situation of the spirit clan at all. Speaking of which, the spirit clan's ending today was not unrelated to Saint Zhuanti. There was a limit to the luck in heaven and earth. If someone gained a point, there would naturally be someone who lost a point. When Saint Zhuanti attained the Tao, most of the luck of the spirit clan fell on him. The luck of the rest of the clansmen naturally decreased accordingly. Originally, after Daoist Zhuanti became a saint, he should have vigorously developed the spirit clan and made the spirit clan prosper. He could gather more luck and let the clansmen benefit together. You can't just kick others away after you've gotten the benefits, right? Then would he be worthy of the clansmen's efforts? How could he still have the face to stay in the primordial world? But who would have thought that Daoist Zhuanti would really do that? After he became a saint, he did not care about the life and death of the spirit clan at all. Instead, he focused on the Western sect. More than half of the luck of the spirit clan fell on the Western sect. Chapter 337. The spirit race's fortune had already fallen greatly after they had ascended to the Tao. After this incident, their fortune was almost completely depleted, and they were on the verge of complete decline. It could be said that there was a huge karma between Daoist Kundi and the spirit clan. Moreover, the more suffering the spirit clan suffered, the more miserable their outcome was, the greater the karma. If the spirit clan was exterminated, it would be fine. Everything would be over when people died. All the karma would be settled. Daoist Kundi could rest easy. Just like ancestor Hong Yun. However, the current situation was that although the spirit clan's outcome was miserable, they had been living half-dead. As a result, the karma between Daoist Kundi and the spirit clan grew as time passed. Of course, this was nothing to Daoist Kundi. The karma between him and the spirit clan was like a loan. The spirit clan was his creditor. There were two ways to repay money. One was to take the initiative to repay it, and the other was to wait for the creditor to ask for it. With Daoist Kundi's personality, he naturally would not take the initiative to settle the karma with the spirit clan. After all, the price was too great. It was enough to shake the foundation of the Western sect. The situation of the spirit clan was more complicated. Their clansmen were scattered all over the primordial world, and their cultivation levels were not high. This meant that the spirit clan lacked cohesion and did not have a powerful person to be in charge. This meant that no one could represent the spirit clan to go to Mount Meru and find Daoist Kundi to settle the karma. Daoist Kundi was happy. No one from the spirit clan came to Mount Meru to settle the karma with him. He could not wait for no one to come. In this way, he could sit back and relax. If Daoist Kundi did not return it, no one from the spirit clan would come to ask for it. This karma was put aside. As time passed, this karma was gradually forgotten by the world. Even the spirit clan gradually forgot about this matter. After all, Daoist Kundi's background was considered a secret in the primordial world. Very few people knew about it. It was far from the three pure ones. Everyone in the primordial world knew about his background. After a long time, under Daoist Kundi's intentional blockade, it was normal for the spirit clan to gradually forget about this matter. However, being forgotten by the world did not mean that this matter did not exist. Now, Xianxia had established the Qi Dan lineage and received the support of tens of thousands of spirits. He was conferred the title by the heavens and earth and became the leader of the spirit race. He was the ruler of the spirit race. In other words, Xianxia was the leader of the Ling clan. If he went to Mount Meru to settle the karma, Taoist Kundi would have to pay him back. Where there is a cause, there is an effect. And once there was karma, it had to be repaid. This was an iron law in the primordial world. Even saints could not violate it. Either Daoist Zhuan returned the karma or Xianxia died. Other than these two paths, there was no other way to end the karma. Because of the karma, Daoist Kundi had no chance of attacking Xianxia. If he did not want to return the karma, he could only hope that he had died by accident. With a thought, karma was born. Just as the thought of settling the karma with Mount Meru surfaced in Xianxia's mind, Daoist Zhuan sensed it. Not good. Disaster is coming. Daoist Zhuan, who was comprehending the great Tao beside the 8 treasures merit pool, suddenly shouted. Black lines suddenly appeared on his body, locking his true soul. In just an instant, his connection with the world was weakened several times. At the same time, Daoist Zhuan also discovered that the heaven-earth rules that were usually clearly visible seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze and gradually became blurry. After trying to cultivate, the great Tao of heaven and earth also became obscure and difficult to understand. If he wanted to comprehend it, he needed to put in hundreds of times more effort than before. Everything seemed to have returned to before he achieved the Tao. Karma lock. Junior brother, what happened? How did you form such a huge karma with someone? You actually attracted the karma lock. Daoist Jiayin, who was at the side, could not help but frown and ask when he saw Daoist Zhuan-Ti's abnormality. His tone was filled with confusion. Clearly, he recognized the origin of the item. As the saying goes, karma is a cycle and retribution is not good. The retribution of good and evil follows like a shadow. Even the people of the celestial sect of wonders had to think of a way to resolve the karma with others. Not to mention the Western sect, which valued karma the most. The black line was the karma line, the manifestation of the Tao of karma in the world. It was tangible but intangible. It could not be touched or touched. It did not harm the human body, soul, or true spirit. It did not harm people at all. There was only one use, and that was to isolate the great Tao of heaven and earth. The karma line wrapped around one's body was like a connate true spirit that was blinded. It was completely isolated from the world and could not comprehend the great Tao, let alone cultivate. In other words, if Daoist Zhuan could not resolve this karma, it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve in the future. This is the karma of the spirit race. I didn't expect that he would come looking for me when I was about to forget about this matter. What a disaster. With a thought, Daoist Zhuan knew the reason for this matter and could not help but sigh. This karma was not easy to resolve. Over the years, the spirit race had suffered a lot. With the accumulation of endless resentment, the karma was far from what it was in the past. Junior brother, I've troubled you. At this moment, Daoist Jiayin said apologetically. If not for the Western sect, Daoist Zhuan would not have formed such a huge karma with the spirit race. This was all because he was dragged down by the Western sect. Senior brother, you don't have to do this. This is junior brother's own choice. You can't blame others. Because he had planted it himself, no matter what kind of bitter fruit it produced, he had to grit his teeth and swallow it. Daluo had no regrets. Saints had no regrets. Wait and see. That young celestial venerable of the Xian sect is coming. In this world, only Xianxia could trigger the karma of the spirit race. Daoist Zhuan naturally knew who was coming. In just a few days, Xianxia asked for a wisp of the connate origin of the central Wuji apricot yellow flag from the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. After that, he rode a cloud and rushed to the west. Uncle Master, Xianxia has something to see you about. Outside Mount Meru, Xianxia shouted loudly. Come in. A golden rainbow bridge flew out of Mount Meru and landed under Xianqing's feet. Thank you, Uncle Master. After bowing, Xianqing stepped onto the rainbow bridge. Uncle Master, Xianqing came today to ask for a favor. After entering the mountain and arriving in front of Daoist Zhuan-Ti, Xianqing did not bother with formalities and said directly. What is it? Knowing that Xianqing came with a certain purpose, how could Daoist Zhuan-Ti be happy? I would like to request for the Golden Lotus of Merit. I hope Uncle Master can fulfill my request. The square lotus platform was different from the Khanate 5-element flags. They were not as simple as Khanate spirit treasures. They were also Khanate spirit roots. Therefore, Xianqing only needed one lotus seed to obtain the Khanate origin of the Golden Lotus of Merit. There was no need to directly extract the Khanate origin like the Khanate 5-element flags. In that case, if the foundation of the Golden Lotus of Merit was shaken, Daoist Zhuan-Ti would fall out with him on the spot. Chapter 338. Golden Lotus Seed? Wait a moment. I'll pluck one for you. Hearing Xianqing's words, Daoist Kundi was stunned at first. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Xianqing would make an excessive request. He did not expect him to only ask for a golden lotus seed. Although the golden lotus seed was precious, it was much less than what he had expected. It was still within his tolerance range. Thank you, Uncle Master. Xianqing was not surprised that Daoist Kundi agreed so readily. A golden lotus seed was not enough to hurt the Western sect. At most, it would hurt for a while. It was nothing. Walking into the 8 treasure pool, Daoist Kundi came to the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit and plucked a lotus seed with a pained expression. The two saints Kundi were very concerned about the Golden Lotus of Merit. Ever since they obtained this treasure, they had raised it in the 8 treasure pool of merit and took care of it carefully. They could not even bear to pluck the lotus seeds that it produced because they were afraid of damaging its origin. This meant that the lotus seeds produced by the Golden Lotus of Merit were all first-generation lotus seeds. Each of them had experienced countless fortunes and were the seeds of superior-grade Khanate numinous treasures. If nothing went wrong, the Khanate lotus flower produced by the Golden Lotus seed would be a superior-grade Khanate numinous treasure and a superior-grade Khanate spirit root at the same time. The 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit had only produced 3 lotus seeds in the Western sect for millions of years. They all contained great fortunes and were rare treasures in the world. One could imagine how precious they were. Now that he had to give one to Xianqing, Daoist Kundi was naturally heartbroken. However, he had to say it and try his best to look happy. This was very uncomfortable and depressing. Martial nephew Xianqing, keep this golden lotus seed well. After leaving the 8 treasure pool of merit, Daoist Kundi handed the golden lotus seed to Xianqing with a smile. He did not show any reluctance in his heart. Thank you, Uncle Master. After accepting the golden lotus seed, Xianqing thanked him again. Then, the two of them chatted for a while. Xianqing. Do you have anything else? After a while, seeing that Xianqing did not mention the spirit clan, Daoist Kundi could not help but signal that Xianqing could leave if he did not talk about it. Uncle Master, Xianqing has another request. Then, Xianqing stood up. What is it? Tell me about it. Knowing that the highlight of the day was coming, Daoist Kundi could not help but perk up. Uncle Master, you know that I am now a spiritual paragon of the spirit race. I bear the fate of the spirit race. However, the world is difficult, and the spirit race has caused so much trouble that they have almost become food for the other races. It is truly tragic. Therefore, I beseech Uncle Master to be merciful and protect the cultivators of the Ling clan in the world. Let them avoid the pain of being devoured by the myriad races. After all, they came under the banner of the spirit race. If they did nothing and only sought benefits for themselves, Xianqing would not be able to get over it. Therefore, he said that he told Daoist Kundi about the spirit clan and begged him to protect the spirit clan. As for whether it would succeed or not, Xianqing could not guarantee it. He had tried his best. That's true. The poor way is somewhat related to the spirit race. Now that the spirit race is in dire straits, we can't just sit by and watch. After hearing Xianqing's words, Daoist Kundi said pretentiously. Seeing this, Xianqing could not help but be speechless. At this time, he was still pretending, as if the spirit race's ending today had nothing to do with him. However, no matter what Daoist Kundi said, he had agreed to protect the spirit race. Xianqing was worthy of the spirit race. Then, on behalf of the spirit race, I thank Uncle Master for his great kindness. Retracting his thoughts, Xianqing hurriedly put on a grateful expression and thanked Daoist Kundi. Life was like a play. Who was not an actor? It depended on whose acting skills were better. Yes. Daoist Kundi nodded and said, from today onwards, the cultivators of the primordial world are not allowed to slaughter the immortals of the spirit race for no reason. If there is a violation, don't blame the poor way for being heartless. That voice was so loud that it resounded throughout the primordial world, so that all living beings could hear it clearly. It's a saint. Saint Kundi of the Western sect. In Daoist Kundi's words, he clearly did not mention his origin. However, in the ears of all living beings, there seemed to be someone whispering softly, constantly telling the origin of the owner of the voice, causing them to shout out involuntarily. Then, Saint Kundi seemed to feel that just a warning was not enough. He suddenly took out the wonderful 7 treasures tree and brushed it towards the sky. Suddenly, a 7-colored light appeared. It was boundless, as if it covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the primordial world. Whoosh, the 7-colored light swept past, and countless sinful cultivators were instantly turned into ashes. These cultivators had varying cultivation bases, ranging from heaven immortals to primordial immortals. They all had one thing in common, and that was that their cultivation levels were not obtained by refining Khanate Qi. They were obtained by devouring spirit race cultivators. Today, Daoist Kundi had shown his divinity, and it was their retribution. Devouring living beings for cultivation was not the right path, and it would definitely be hated by the heavenly Tao. If there was no shocking opportunity, it would be difficult to become Daoist Jingxian in this life. Therefore, this time, Daoist Kundi attacked and Daoist Jingxian was not involved. On this day, with Daoist Kundi's help, the destiny of the spirit race soared and 9 Tai Jingxian were born in a row. Moreover, with the saint as a backer, no one in the primordial world looked down on the spirit race anymore. Today, countless spirit race members cheered and were so excited that they could not control themselves. They were all grateful for the kindness of the saint. Uncle Master is merciful. Xianqing is impressed. On Mount Meru, Xianqing hurriedly expressed his admiration for Daoist Kundi when he saw this scene. Although he was not protecting the entire spirit race but only the immortals of the spirit race, Xianqing was already very satisfied. It was not a day or two that the living beings of the primordial world had gathered spirit herbs to cultivate. It had long become a habit. If they were suddenly not allowed to gather spirit herbs, they would probably explode. If the mighty power of the human Tao descended under the anger of the crowd, even a saint would not end well. Therefore, protecting the immortals of the spirit race was already Daoist Kundi's limit. Since Daoist Kundi had already done so much, what was there for Xianqing to be dissatisfied with? As the destiny of the spirit race flowed back, the karma threads on Daoist Kundi's body also began to fade and disappear from his body. In an instant, the haze that enveloped his heart dissipated. The feeling of being one with heaven and earth and the myriad Tao returned to him. His cultivation was no longer restricted. It was as if karma had been settled. Of course, this was only Daoist Kundi's illusion. Although the karma threads had retreated, karma had not been settled. The spirit race had suffered a calamity for countless years and lived in fear all day. Countless clansmen had died. How could such karma be repaid so easily? Now, it was only temporarily suppressed. If he wanted to completely settle it, he had to see Daoist Kundi's performance in the future. Chapter 339. Uncle Master, I heard that the green lotus flag is in the Western sect. I wonder, the golden lotus seed was already in his hands. Next was the congenital origin of the green lotus flag. If he got both, his trip would be complete. Why? One golden lotus seed is not enough. Are you planning to get the green lotus flag? At this moment, Daoist Kundi was already a little unhappy. This Xianqing was too much. In the entire Western sect, there were only 2 congenital spiritual treasures that could hold the fort. The 12th grade virtuous golden lotus and the green lotus flag. This was the most precious treasure of the Western sect. It could also be said to be Kundi's favorite. Now, the golden lotus seed had been given to Xianqing, but he was still not satisfied. He even dared to ask about the green lotus flag. What was he doing? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted with the karma of the spirit tribe? The Western sect was not easy to bully. The saint was not to be trifled with. If he was really angered, the karma of the spirit tribe and the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Xian sect were nothing. When the saint was enraged, the heavens and the earth changed their color. The laws of nature became easier, and countless small worlds were destroyed. An invisible force spread out and pressed towards Xianqing, making him unable to breathe. Danger, extreme danger. Under the cover of Daoist Kundi's aura, he was like a small boat in the sea. As the waves hit him, he could sink at any time. He could not control his life and death at all. At this moment, the long-lost sense of danger appeared in Xianqing's heart again. It made him tremble with fear. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Daoist Kundi only needed a thought to kill him. In a fatal crisis, Xianqing could not care too much. He suddenly shouted at Daoist Kundi, "Uncle Master, don't be angry. I just want a wisp of the congenital origin. It can't hurt the foundation of the green lotus flag. Moreover, I'm giving you something in exchange." Exchange? I'm not taking it for free. Xianqing did not expect Daoist Kundi to be so agitated. It seemed that he had underestimated the status of the green lotus flag in the Western sect. Exchange? What are you giving me in exchange? The green lotus flag is one of the sect-guarding treasures of the Western sect, and it suppresses the karmic luck of the Western sect. It's of great importance, so how can it be damaged so easily? Perhaps sensing that his reaction was a little too extreme, Daoist Kundi retracted his aura and said unhappily, "Martial uncle, look." Smiling, Xianqing took out a white lotus seed and placed it in front of Daoist Kundi. This is the seed of the pure white lotus. Seeing this lotus seed, Daoist Kundi's expression changed. He was no longer as resolute as before. Instead, he was a little tempted. The 4 lotus thrones came from the same source and complemented each other. If the virtuous golden lotus were to swallow this lotus seed, it would benefit it greatly. Although the green lotus flag was precious, it was still inferior to the virtuous golden lotus. Moreover, losing a wisp of innate source wouldn't do any harm to the green lotus flag. At most, it would be weakened for a while. With that thought in mind, Daoist Junti spoke. "Forget it. You're a junior after all. Poor Wei can't refuse your request. Take this wisp of innate source." Pretending to be helpless, Daoist Kundi waved his hand and took out a wisp of innate source from the green lotus flag and threw it to Xianqing. "Thank you, martial uncle." Xianqing replied excitedly after receiving the innate source. In this way, his purpose of coming to the Western sect had been completely achieved. "Martial uncle, I still have something to do. I won't disturb you here." Since his purpose had been achieved, there was no point for Xianqing to stay here. Thus, he bid farewell. Go, go. The Western sect is poor. I won't keep you." Daoist Kundi didn't ask him to stay. He waved his hand a few times and urged Xianqing to leave quickly. Then, Xianqing will take his leave. After bowing politely, Xianqing turned and left Mount Meru. Now, apart from the red lotus of hellfire, he had obtained all the lotus seeds of the 4 lotus thrones. Apart from the northern Xianyuan water control flag and the western white cloud-bound flag, he had also obtained the innate source of the innate five-element flags. Not to mention the western white cloud-bound flag, the northern Xianyuan water control flag and the 12th grade red lotus of hellfire were both in the hands of Daoist Mingi. This required a good plan. The reincarnation of the earth was his only chance at the moment. If he missed it, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Just as Xian Qing left Mount Meru, the eldritch world changed again. In the hinterland of the sorcerer tribe, in the Pangu Hall, ancestral sorcerer Di Jiang suddenly revealed his true form. It was a huge beast that was shaped like a yellow sack, red like a pill fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings. It was a faceless beast. Di Jiang floated in the air and kept flapping his wings. And as he waved his hand, an invisible force spread out, spreading to the boundless void and shaking the heavens and the universe. First, layers of ripples appeared in the void. Then, it began to tremble. The fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and the range became larger and larger. In just a moment, it affected the entire eldritch world. At this moment, under the power of ancestral sorcerer Di Jiang, the boundless void that enveloped the entire eldritch world underwent an inexplicable change. Teleportation array, set up. An ancient Dao sound came out of Di Jiang's mouth. With an unparalleled Dao rhythm, it shook the Dao of heaven and earth and alarmed the long river of time. It reverberated in the eldritch world. For a moment, it seemed that the world was silent. Only Di Jiang's voice echoed between heaven and earth, and also echoed in the past and future. Rumble. On the eldritch world, the space nodes suddenly began to distort. The great Tao of space manifested, and endless laws descended. The power of the void was vast and mighty, and mysterious runes were derived. Those were space runes, the most basic runes to form a teleportation array. The runes were arranged in the node, forming array patterns. They intertwined and connected with each other, forming an inexplicable array. In this way, the teleportation array was completed. Today, in the Pangu Hall, Di Jiang used the space node as a coordinate and performed a supreme divine power to shake the Tao of space. Countless teleportation arrays were set up on the eldritch world. This move benefited all living beings, and it could be said to be boundless merit. What? Di Jiang, this is... Di Jiang's voice was too loud, and it resounded in the universe and countless spacetime. As a result, all the powerful beings in the eldritch world were awakened. Even those powerful beings who lived in seclusion in the depths of spacetime and had not appeared in the world since the Tao ancestors' preaching were awakened. They all looked over in surprise and bewilderment. Hiss. Di Jiang's strength is so strong. Sensing the changes in the eldritch world, all the powerful beings were deeply shocked. How incredible was it to set up countless teleportation arrays for the eldritch world with his own strength? Just how shocking was the strength required to do so? They asked themselves that they would never be able to do it. Perhaps only a saint had such power. But Di Jiang had done it. At this moment, Di Jiang's strength shocked the world. Chapter 340. After receiving the true teachings of the path of gods and demons from Feng Zichen, the 12 ancestral sorcerers could be said to have obtained great benefits. Over the years, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. They were only half a step away from the supreme primordial chaos Tao realm. Moreover, they were not like Feng Zichen, who used the primordial chaos Tao diagram to reverse engineer Pangu's Tao body. Instead, they dug deep into their own potential and fully exerted their advantages. With their own laws as a guide, they continued to deduce and refine a primordial chaos Tao body that belonged to them. The 12 ancestral sorcerers were formed from Pangu's blood essence. Each of them had divine abilities and unlimited potential. Of course, this was the best choice. However, Feng Zichen was different. He was a postnatal life form and his potential was limited. If he could not reverse to Pangu's Tao body, he would probably never have the chance to become Daoist Jingxian in this lifetime. It had to be said that this world was full of injustice. The starting point of the Khanate god-fiend was the end point of most postnatal life forms. In other words, from the moment the Khanate god-fiend was born, their achievements were the result of a lifetime of hard work by postnatal life forms. Sigh. The biological son of heaven and earth was not an exaggeration. Thank you, ancestral sorcerer. In Panga's hall, Feng Zichen thanked Dijiang, who had recovered his Dao body. Phew, you're welcome, sorcerer. This matter is also beneficial to the sorcerer clan. Even if it wasn't your request, I would have done it. After taking a few breaths, Dijiang said tiredly. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy. Although Dijiang's strength was powerful, he was not the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian after all. Setting up teleportation arrays for the primordial chaos was such a big thing. If he could complete such a big thing without any cost. In the primordial chaos, who could be his opponent? Therefore, the price Dijiang paid was not small. After this matter was completed, his magic power was almost drained. This was not a small matter. The magic power that Daoist Jingxian's body could hold was almost comparable to the total spiritual energy contained in an upper-class world. Not to mention a quasi-saint like Dijun. Without tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, he might not be able to recover. Rumble. Above the sky, a brilliant golden light appeared. It was incomparably dazzling and emitted an auspicious and holy aura. The Xianhuang merit was here. Dijiang's actions had connected the east and south of the primordial world. Billions of living beings had benefited from it. It was a great merit. Therefore, the heavenly Tao bestowed merit as a reward. However, Dijiang was in the Panga Hall. The heavenly Tao searched the entire primordial world but did not find any traces of him. As such, the heavenly Tao had no choice but to insert merit into the destiny of the Magi to continue the destiny of the Magi. Ancestral witch, this matter is over. Zichen will not disturb your rest. I'll take my leave for now. This time, Dijiang's losses were too great. He had to go into closed-door cultivation to recuperate. Feng Zichen staying here would be somewhat of a hindrance. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal, so there was no point in staying any longer. Then, Magus, take care. Dijiang can't get up to send you off in this state. Dijiang forced a smile and said. The exhaustion in his tone could no longer be concealed. Ancestral witch, just rest at ease and recuperate. Zichen will go now. After bowing to Dijiang, Feng Zichen formed a Dao seal and disappeared from the Panga Hall. After leaving the Panga Hall, Feng Zichen casually broke through the void and stepped in, rushing into the distance. However, his destination was not the human race but the netherworld Blood Sea. When he was in the Panga Hall, he had already heard that the Lady of Earth had gone out to travel. Originally, that was nothing. The great mystical abilities of the primordial world had stayed in the Dao field for a long time. It was common for them to go out and travel. They either relaxed, comprehended the great Dao, or searched for opportunities. There was nothing to be surprised about. However, it was different today. After hearing that the Lady of Earth had gone out to travel, the heaven-splitting merit that had been silent in the depths of Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness suddenly moved. A bright light burst out like a small sun, completely illuminating his sea of consciousness. Endless Dao runes surged out of the heaven-splitting merit and kept attacking Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, disturbing him until he was dizzy. After a long time, he barely suppressed it. Moreover, the heaven-splitting merit that had returned to the depths of his sea of consciousness did not calm down. Instead, it trembled violently, as if it was about to fly out of his body and urge him to find the Lady of Earth. In an instant, Feng Zichen, who was familiar with the process of the primordial world, knew what had happened. The Lady of Earth was going to reincarnate. That was a major event that was enough to shock the primordial world and also a huge change that would affect the future of the primordial world. After that, the fate of the countless living beings in the primordial world would change. Heaven and earth would also take a step closer and become more perfect. And that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that from then on, the situation of the strong magi and the weak demons had been completely changed. The magi, who were almost invincible in the primordial world, had lost their greatest trump card. Facing the increasingly powerful demons, they no longer had an overwhelming advantage. The strength of the magi and demons gradually became equal. The reincarnation of the Lady of Earth was the biggest change since the creation of the primordial world. Its influence was endless and far-reaching. The situation of the primordial world had been changed because of it. Many changes in the future had also occurred because of it. That change was engraved in the history of the primordial world. It could not be changed, erased, or hidden. Countless descendants knew about it and remembered it. Therefore, after bidding farewell to Jianghu, Feng Zichen rushed to the netherworld Blood Sea. He wanted to witness that historic moment with his own eyes. As for why he wanted to go to the netherworld Blood Sea and not elsewhere, that was because the primordial world was boundless. Who knew where the Lady of Earth had traveled to? Rashly looking for her was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be uncomfortable if others did not find her and missed the time to reincarnate. It was better to go to the netherworld Blood Sea and wait. Anyway, that was the end of the Lady of Earth and where the 6 paths of reincarnation were. No matter where the Lady of Earth was now, she had to come here in the end. The Blood Sea was the same as before. It had never changed. Dark red blood gushed out from the wound. From time to time, waves of blood rolled up the remnant souls that floated over and sank into the sea with them. How disgusting! Looking at the Blood Sea in front of him, Feng Zichen could not hide his disgust. The Blood Sea was a filthy place. This was the place where the evil aura of the primordial world gathered, and it was also the home of the dead. All the souls of the dead would be summoned by the Blood Sea and come here, wandering around, waiting for the birth of reincarnation. It was also because of this that the resentment of the souls of the dead gathered together spontaneously. A thick layer of black clouds formed above the Blood Sea and did not dissipate all year round. Evil aura, resentment, the evil aura gathered in the Blood Sea. The living beings living here would definitely become bloodthirsty and murderous under its influence. It was not without reason that the great divine abilities of the primordial world hated the Blood Sea. Who would like a bloodthirsty and murderous person? Chapter 341. Even ordinary people would inevitably be affected by the filthy aura after staying in the Blood Sea for a long time, causing their personality to change drastically. It was fine if it was mild. At most, they would become bloodthirsty and murderous like the living beings of the Blood Sea. If it was serious, the evil aura would enter their bodies and they would lose their minds. They would become puppets that only knew how to kill, no different from a dead person. No, it was worse than a dead person. It was a fate worse than death. In terms of origin, the netherworld Blood Sea was formed from Pangu's navel. It is indeed the top holy land of the primordial world and has countless opportunities. Unfortunately, apart from the Khanate god-fiend Daoist Mingi, who was born in the Blood Sea, no one else has the fortune to enjoy such a place of creation. Looking at the endless Blood Sea in front of him and thinking about its origin, Feng Zichen sighed. As a part of Pangu's body, the Blood Sea had endless opportunities. It was not inferior to the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands of the primordial world. It was a top-notch cultivation holy land. The 12th grade karmic fire red lotus, the northern mystic essence water control flag, and the 2 Khanate killing swords, the 4 supreme grade Khanate numinous treasures, were all born in the Blood Sea. From this, it could be seen how rich the origin of the Blood Sea was. However, even so, no great mystical abilities of the primordial world came to stay here. It was not that they were afraid of Daoist Mingi, but that this place was really unapproachable. The Blood Sea was filthy. If one could not adapt to the environment here, they would enter rashly to cultivate. Not to mention obtaining results, even not being injured by it was already the greatest gain. Therefore, the attributes of the Blood Sea were unique and clashed with other great mystical abilities. As a result, no one came to set up a Dao field here, causing the huge Blood Sea to fall into the hands of Daoist Mingi. Otherwise, How could Daoist Mingyi alone guard the Blood Sea, a top holy land of the primordial world? Even if the three pure ones were invincible, they did not occupy Kunlun Mountain alone. They only occupied the best territory of Kunlun Mountain, East Kunlun. They gave the remaining places like West Kunlun to the other great mystical abilities. Even the three pure ones were like that, let alone them. The reason why Mingyi Taoist could monopolize the Blood Sea was not because of his abilities, but because of his geographical advantage. If the Blood Sea was like the other holy lands where everyone could go, it would have been crowded to the brim with the creation it contained. It was already considered good that the Netherworld River could occupy a piece of the Blood Sea. It's rare for me to come to the Blood Sea. If I don't go in and take a look, wouldn't it be a pity? With a thought, Feng Zichen decided to explore the Blood Sea. At that moment, without hesitation, Hongmeng's Dao light rose from his body. Then, he cast a Dao spell and set off a wave of blood. He walked into the Sea of Blood. The Nether Blood Sea was a famous dangerous place in the untainted land. Inside, waves of blood were rolling. Fish and prawns were dead, and birds and insects were absent. All the evil qi of heaven and earth had gathered here. Even if an ordinary Tai Jingxian were to accidentally fall into it, they would be bewitched by the evil aura within a few days and become a puppet. If a golden immortal were to fall into it, he would be turned into a pool of filthy blood and become a part of the Sea of Blood. The danger of the Blood Sea was terrifying. However, Feng Zichen was a Daoist Jingxian. No matter how fierce the Blood Sea was, it could not hurt him at all. It was the filthy aura that gathered from all over the untainted land that swayed in front of him from time to time. It was unavoidable that it would annoy him. A ray of purple light bloomed from Feng Zichen's body. It was purple and lustrous, like flowing water. It was magical and abnormally gorgeous. It expelled all the filthy aura around him and purified the blood water. In the blink of an eye, the evil aura within 1,000 feet of Feng Zichen disappeared. The blood water also turned from dark red to bright red. It was sparkling and extraordinary. This magical purple light was not emitted by Feng Zichen, but by the merit of creation. It seemed that even he could not stand the environment of the Blood Sea and could not help but purify the surroundings. Speaking of which, since Feng Zichen came to the Nether Blood Sea, the merit of creation that had been trembling suddenly stopped trembling and returned to calmness. It was as if the Nether Blood Sea was his destination. This magical scene also made Feng Zichen certain that the merit of creation was indeed related to Hutu. Just as he had guessed before, Panga had left it for Hutu and sent it out through him. Sigh. This thing is really not fated with me. Although he had guessed it, Feng Zichen was still a little reluctant after confirming it. That was 10% of the merit of creation. The merit that could create a saint. Who would not like such a treasure? Moreover, this treasure had already been obtained. A cooked duck was about to fly away. No one would feel good. If one did not get it, one would not feel pain. If one got it and lost it again, it would be unbearable. At this moment, Feng Zichen could not help but feel dissatisfied with Pangu. He felt that he was playing with him. Otherwise, why would he give the merit of creation to him instead of directly giving it to Hutu? Greed. The source of all evil, one of the original sins of countless living beings. Under the influence of greed, Feng Zichen's heart was distorted. Under this influence, his face became ferocious and looked extremely ugly. The so-called appearance was born from the heart. This was it. Gains and losses, gains and losses. If one could not see through it, it would be a tribulation. At this moment, Feng Zichen's tribulation had arrived. This was the tribulation of the path. There was no way to avoid it. There was no way to escape. He could only face it calmly. Feng Zichen was still too young. In just a few 100,000 years, he had achieved what others had achieved in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. In addition, his journey had been too smooth, and he had not encountered any major setbacks. It was inevitable that he would be arrogant and willful, causing a flaw to appear in his state of mind. This was a drawback caused by cultivating too quickly. Now, under the dual influence of gains and losses and greed, Feng Zichen's state of mind was completely lost. The drawbacks caused by the cultivation over the years erupted together and turned into a tribulation of the path that suddenly attacked. Tribulation of the path, tribulation of the path. It was the tribulation of the path, but also the tribulation of the path destruction. After breaking through the tribulation of the path, one's cultivation would improve greatly. This was the tribulation of the path. If one could not survive the tribulation of the path, their path would be shattered and their strength would drop greatly. Although they would not lose Daoist's path, it would be difficult for them to improve in the future. In fact, it was almost impossible for them to even retain their original strength. In the tribulation of the path, danger and opportunity coexisted. Whether one could seize the opportunity depended on themselves. One could see that on Feng Zichen's body, wisps of black gas appeared, emitting the smell of decay and eroding his path. This was the aura of the end of everything. Under its power, the universe would be destroyed, the laws would collapse, and the path would disintegrate. It could bring the end to all things and let everything return to its original point, nothing. The tribulation of the path had arrived. At the critical moment, the heaven-splitting merits suddenly shone brightly, lighting up Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness and dispelling all the haze. The aura of the end brought by the tribulation of the path was immediately suppressed. At the same time, with the help of the heaven-splitting merit, Feng Zichen temporarily recovered a trace of clarity. Chapter 342. That was close. Feng Zichen broke out in a cold sweat when he realized the changes in his body. His mind was distracted, and the path calamity was upon him. If he didn't have merit to protect him today, he would be in danger this time. Feng Zichen didn't dare to hesitate. He mobilized all the power he could to suppress the chi of demise in his body. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light descended, slashing toward the chi of demise with an aura that could destroy everything. This was the Khanate's sword path. Stars appeared one after another, blossoming with fine radiance. They connected together in the void, turning into a boundless river of stars that surged towards the aura of termination in a mighty manner. As the river of stars surged, it was as if the river of time and space had descended. The void was distorted, and time was disrupted. The past and future appeared together, surging with the power of time and space. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed. The sword light swept out, extremely sharp, and shredded the chi of demise into pieces. The river of stars surged, sweeping up the power of time and drowning the chi of demise. In an instant, endless time passed. At the same time, the chi of Hongmeng appeared, trying to devour the weakened chi of demise. In the beginning, the world was in a state of nothingness. Nothing existed. It wasn't until the chi of Hongmeng appeared that the world had the concept of existence. It could be said that the chi of Hongmeng was the source of everything. Everything that existed in the world evolved from it. The chi of demise was no exception. It was the power to end the universe, the end of everything, the end of everything. It was also the final form of the chi of Hongmeng. Therefore, the chi of Hongmeng could devour everything. After being weakened by the Khanate sword path and the path of stars, the power of the chi of demise had fallen to the extreme. Facing the chi of Hongmeng, which was like its natural enemy, it was devoured without any resistance. As such, Feng Zichen's crisis was temporarily alleviated. But if the path calamity didn't disappear, the crisis wouldn't be over. The chi of demise would definitely come back and completely destroy Feng Zichen's path. It's all because of greed. After calming down, how could Feng Zichen not know where this Tao tribulation came from? It was clearly caused by his greed for the merit of opening the heavens. Years ago, in the belly of Mount Buzhou, the Hongmeng Dao seal suddenly shattered the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler, causing Feng Zichen to commit a heinous crime and be entangled with boundless karma. After that, Pangazwil manifested and asked him to give the merit of creation to the fated person to offset the sins he had committed. Feng Zichen managed to keep his life. As for why Pangu didn't directly give the merit points to Hudu, Feng Zichen didn't understand at that time. However, after this incident, the Lord of Destiny, who had learned about the merit of splitting open the heavens, saw a hint of something. If Panga directly gave the merit of creation to Hoodoo, the first thing Hoodoo would do after obtaining the merit of creation was to integrate it into the luck of the wizard tribe to strengthen the wizard tribe. In this way, wouldn't it be contrary to Panga's original intention? Therefore, he placed the heaven-splitting merit in Feng Zichen's body. On the one hand, he was waiting for the right time. On the other hand, he could also protect Feng Zichen's safety, improve his luck, and help him cultivate so that he could cultivate the Tree of World with peace of mind. Did he really think that Feng Zichen had relied on his own ability to obtain countless opportunities since his debut? Although part of it was because of his own ability, it was more because of the influence of the merit of creation. How could a treasure that could allow someone to ascend to the same position not be extraordinary? I can have today's achievements all because of the favor of the great Taoist priests. It can be said that I am indebted to the great Taoist priests for achieving the Tao. But today, thinking about what he had just thought, Feng Zichen felt extremely ashamed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. It's really greed that gives birth to evil thoughts. The tribulation is born from the heart. The ancients didn't lie to me. After understanding the origin of the Tao tribulation, it was much easier to solve it. This tribulation was born from greed, and it should be destroyed because of greed. After calming down, Feng Zichen silently recited the 3 enclosures Taoist scripture in his heart. Suddenly, all kinds of enlightenment of the great Tao floated in his heart. An aura like the starry sky was emitted from his body. It was quiet, ancient, and deep. The 3 enclosures Taoist scripture was a Taoist scripture that existed from the beginning. It was born in the Ziwei star and had the same origin as the heavenly Tao. It recorded the truth of the stars, the rules of the universe, and the secrets of the origin of heaven and earth. It was also the origin of the stars, the supreme scripture of the primitive age, and also the strongest scripture that Feng Zichen had mastered. The moment the 3 enclosures Taoist scripture rang, Feng Zichen changed. He became extremely ethereal. His true spirit seemed to have surpassed his physical body and merged with the boundless starry sky. He was incomparably mighty and vast. At this moment, the merit of splitting open the heavens became even more brilliant. The purple brilliance was like flowing water, brushing past Feng Zichen's heart and helping him to gain enlightenment. At the same time, Hongmeng Daozhong also began to vibrate. The melodious sound of the bell rang. It was incomparably ethereal. When it fell into Feng Zichen's ears, it was like the sound of the great Tao. It was deafening and enlightening, leading him into the Tao realm. At this moment, with the help of these powers, Feng Zichen's state of mind reached an unprecedented peak. It was extremely clear and flawless. Slash! With a cold shout, the power of the soul gushed out and turned into an invisible sword in the air. It slashed fiercely at Feng Zichen's body. Pop! There seemed to be a shattering sound. The greed in Feng Zichen's heart was completely cut off, and the calamity of the Tao also disappeared. Phew! As the calamity of the Tao dissipated, the haze that shrouded Feng Zichen's heart and the sense of crisis that emerged in his heart also dissipated. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This was nothing more than surviving a calamity. My state of mind is still not good enough. It seems that I have to settle down for a period of time in my cultivation in the future. I also have to spend more effort in polishing my state of mind, so that what happened today won't happen again in the future. In the end, Feng Zichen sighed with lingering fear. The calamity of the Tao this time was said to be caused by greed. In fact, it was because his state of mind was not good enough. Otherwise, if his state of mind was strong enough, how could he be affected by mere greed? At the end of the day, it was because his cultivation had advanced too quickly. He had pursued too much strength and neglected the cultivation of his state of mind. When others cultivated, it was mostly because their state of mind had reached a certain level. When everything was ready, they would then make a breakthrough. However, Feng Zichen's cultivation was different. When his strength reached a certain level, he forcefully promoted the advancement of his state. In this way, although the cultivation speed was fast, it was inevitable that there would be flaws in his state of mind. Of course, Feng Zichen understood the hidden dangers of such cultivation. However, he had no other choice. The calamity was right in front of him. Only by working hard to improve his strength would he have a chance of survival. In order to seek a chance to survive, he couldn't care too much. According to his original plan, he planned to wait until the calamity of the Lich and Demon was over. During the time when the untainted land was recuperating, he would polish his state of mind to make up for his hidden dangers. Chapter 343. But who would have thought that once his greed arose, it would directly cause the hidden dangers to erupt and cause the path calamity to descend upon him. He almost collapsed his great Tao and suffered heavy injuries. It could only be said that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. After calming his mind, Feng Zichen stood up and bowed 3 times respectfully to the void. He was bowing to Pangu. Previously, because his mind was distracted, Feng Zichen's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, and he couldn't help but have ill intentions towards Pangu. Although, with Pangu's magnanimity, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. But if Feng Zichen didn't do this, he would feel guilty. After all, it was Pangu who made him what he was. He still used malice to figure out Pangu, so he couldn't help but feel ashamed. After doing all this, Feng Zichen's heart finally calmed down completely. After tidying up his mood, Feng Zichen pulled himself together and continued to walk into the depths of the Blood Sea. This place might be one of his future dojos. It was good to familiarize himself with it in advance. Speaking of which, the Nether Blood Sea had a fate with him. This fate came from Great Emperor Ziwei. As the most noble existence in the primordial world, Great Emperor Ziwei was the inferior ruler of the 3 realms. His power was not as simple as controlling Zhouxing. His power was enough to connect the 2 realms of life and death. In the Heaven realm, Great Emperor Ziwei was one of the 4 emperors. He was high and mighty and dominated the operation of the stars. In the human world, Great Emperor Ziwei was the lord of all things. He commanded mountains, rivers, plants, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. He was the king of all phenomena. Even the change of the emperors of the human world was under his control. In the Netherworld realm, Great Emperor Ziwei transformed into the Great Emperor of Fengdu. He dominated the Netherworld and ruled over all ghosts. He was the supreme god of the Netherworld. Great Emperor Ziwei was the ruler of the stars, the ruler of all spells, and the ruler of Fengdu. He was in a high position and had a wide range of advisors. From the examination of the universe's calamity, to the rise and fall of the countries in the world, to the rise and fall of the immortals in the 3 realms, to the misfortune and longevity of all living beings, they were all under his jurisdiction. His divine abilities were boundless, and his magic power was boundless. He could instantly destroy the demons and devils of the 3 realms. Vast and mighty, as high as the heavens, and able to control the movement of lightning. Almost everything in the world was under the jurisdiction of Great Emperor Ziwei. In that case, the Nether Blood Sea was fated to be with Feng Zichen. This place was the predecessor of the Nether Realm. Establish the Fengdu necropolis, establish the underworld, and establish hell. These are the merits of Ziwei the Great, and they are also my merits. Strolling in the sea of blood, Feng Zichen thought to himself. After Ho Tu turned into reincarnation, the Netherworld was born to accept the 6 paths of reincarnation and take in the endless souls of the primordial world. And the heavy responsibility of establishing order in the Nether Realm fell on Feng Zichen's shoulders. This was a predestined fate, and he could not refuse it. Of course, he would not refuse. However, the Great Emperor of Fengdu is the incarnation of the Great Emperor of Ziwei. He oversees the Netherworld on his behalf and commands the ghosts of the Netherworld. From the looks of it, I have to refine another incarnation. As he walked, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of something. The Great Emperor of Ziwei was the Lord of the Stars. Naturally, he had to oversee the boundless starry sky and would not stay in the Nether Realm for a long time. Therefore, this Great Emperor of Fengdu was an incarnation. This is troublesome. This incarnation is not easy to refine. It was not difficult to refine an incarnation, but it was difficult to refine an incarnation that could live in the Nether Blood Sea. In the primordial world, there were not many treasures that could do this. Pangu's remnant body was one. However, anything left behind by Pangu could live like a fish in water anywhere in the primordial world. The god who created the world would naturally not be rejected by the world. Unfortunately, at this time, the remnant body left behind by Pangu had long been transformed into the world. It was impossible to find it again. As the bloodline descendants of Pangu, the wizard tribe could also survive in the Nether Blood Sea. However, as a wizard, Feng Zichen could not take a member of the wizard tribe and refine an incarnation, could he? As such, there was only one way left. That was to use the treasures born in the Blood Sea as materials to refine an incarnation. The treasures born in the Blood Sea could naturally live in the Blood Sea. This was needless to say. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen could not help but slow down his footsteps. The Blood Sea was boundless. There must be a lot of treasures. If he searched carefully, he might be able to find something. Just like that, Feng Zichen began to search around the Blood Sea. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Even though Feng Zichen deliberately slowed down, 100 years was enough for him to go millions of miles deep into the Blood Sea. Of course, this distance was nothing to the entire Blood Sea. Have all the treasures in the Blood Sea been taken away by Daoist Mingi? Stopping, Feng Zichen said with some displeasure. In the past 100 years, he had searched the Blood Sea with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Although it was not to the extent that he did not gain anything, the gains were indescribable. 6 blood essences. It took 100 years. Feng Zichen only found 6 blood essences. These blood essences were enough to refine an incarnation. However, the incarnation refined with them was really not up to standard. It could be said that it was not presentable. Blood essence. As the name suggested, it was the essence of blood. It sounded good, but in fact, it was condensed from the blood water of the Blood Sea. It was just like the spirit stones of the later generations. It was not considered a good thing. If one used it to refine an incarnation, the incarnation refined would have limited potential. It might not even be comparable to ordinary creatures in the untainted land. It would not be worthy of the name of the Emperor of Feng Du, Tsk Tisk. This Blood Sea lineage is really stingy. At this point, Feng Zichen understood that the treasures in the Blood Sea were either taken away by the Azura tribe or by Daoist Mingi. It was obvious that the treasures in the Blood Sea had been plundered by someone long ago. This caused Feng Zichen to spend 100 years without finding anything. If not, he would not have spent 100 years to only find 6 blood essences, which should be everywhere. These 6 blood essences were only born recently. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not even be able to find 6 blood essences. Only the Nether River lineage could do this in the Blood Sea. Outsiders did not have the ability, and Daoist Mingi would not allow it. Sigh, if it doesn't work, I'll wait for Ancestral Witch Hooded to come and ask for a drop of blood essence from her. Or I can go to the Pangu Hall and ask for a drop of Pangu's blood from her heart. Fortunately, Feng Zichen was not without a backup plan. The living creatures formed from the blood essence of the Ancestral which were considered top-notch among the Khanate living creatures, second only to the Khanate god-fiends. Pangu's blood flowed in Pangu's heart. Many grand magi of the sorcerer tribe were born from this. The incarnations refined from this would also be top-notch Khanate living creatures. If the two were combined, it was even possible to give birth to a Khanate god-fiend. Of course, Feng Zichen had a bold idea. If he gathered the blood essence of the 12 ancestral witches and supplemented it with Pangu's blood, he could definitely give birth to a top-notch Khanate god-fiend. The legendary 13th ancestral witch of the sorcerer tribe was born from this method. Chapter 344. However, that was a last resort. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Feng Zichen would not do it. Because if he really used the blood essence of the witch tribe or Pangu's blood to refine an incarnation, his relationship with the witch tribe would really be unclear. When the war between the witch tribe and the demon tribe broke out, he would have to die for the witch tribe to end the karma. In this way, how could Feng Zichen be willing? He transformed into the great emperor of Ziwei to transcend the chaotic situation of the witch tribe and the demon tribe. As a bystander, he would quietly observe the development of the situation. Fortunately, after the war ended, he would seek the greatest benefits. With this thought in mind, how could Feng Zichen put himself in the vortex of the witch tribe and the demon tribe for the incarnation of the great emperor of Fengdu? Wouldn't that be stupid? Therefore, Feng Zichen would rather go to Daoist Mingi to exchange for treasures than go to the witch tribe to ask for the blood essence of the witch tribe or Panga's blood. He did not owe the witch tribe anything. On the contrary, the witch tribe owed him. Without Feng Zichen, the witch tribe would never have thought of drawing the prehistoric geomancy map. Then, the witch tribe would not have the innate treasure to suppress their fate. And the path of the gods and demons was extremely important to the witch tribe. It changed the fate of the witch tribe and increased the strength of the witch tribe by several times. It also gave the witch tribe the possibility of achieving the path. Such benefits could not be exchanged with innate treasures. It was more precious than the prehistoric geomancy map. The favor of achieving the path was greater than the sky. He let Feng Zichen become a wizard because Dijiang could not think of a way to repay him no matter how hard he racked his brains. This favor was too big. It was so big that the witch tribe could not afford to repay it. Therefore, Dijiang had no choice but to let him become a witch to show his respect. A witch tribe's teacher. Countless witch tribe members learned the cultivation methods created by Feng Zichen. His name as a sorcerer was quite appropriate. Sigh, let's search for another 100 years. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Sighing helplessly, Feng Zichen continued to walk forward. The Blood Sea was hundreds of times larger than the great wide world. He did not believe that the Nether River clan could really plunder this place clean. As for Hudu, she was in no hurry. Sacrificing oneself, becoming reincarnated, this wasn't a small matter. It was equivalent to suicide. Without sufficient emotions, Hudu would not have made such a decision. After all, when she reincarnated, Hudu was determined to die. She didn't expect that she would be able to survive. Therefore, the current Hudu should still be brewing her emotions. Who knew how long it would take for her to arrive at the Blood Sea? Now, Feng Zichen was in no hurry. As Feng Zichen went deeper and deeper, the color of the blood around him became darker and thicker, like a wriggling liquid. It looked extremely disgusting and filthy. Fortunately, the merit of splitting the heavens was purifying them. Otherwise, Feng Zichen definitely wouldn't have taken a step into it. It was disgusting enough to see a cesspool. If he walked in, wouldn't it be even more disgusting? Screech. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang in Feng Zichen's ears. Then, he saw a dark red shadow galloping toward him. Who is it? Feng Zichen's face turned cold. His imposing aura swept out. Suddenly, the void froze. The figure galloping toward him was directly fixed in the void. It was a humanoid monster. Although it had a human shape, it did not have a physical body. It was a monster formed by a mixture of hostility and blood. Looking at the monster, Feng Zichen frowned slightly. Then, he suddenly exerted force. The surrounding void immediately pressed toward the monster. With a bang, the monster's body was directly crushed into pieces. It turned into wisps of blood and merged into the Blood Sea. Following the disappearance of the monster's body, a broken true spirit fell out from within. I see. Seeing this true spirit, Feng Zichen immediately understood the origin of the monster. After the creatures of the untainted land died, their true spirits would be summoned by the Blood Sea and come here. However, the underworld would not appear before the reincarnation cycle opened. After these true spirits came here, they had nothing to rely on. They could only float in the Blood Sea. But what kind of place was the Blood Sea? It was a filthy place in the world. After these true spirits came here, they were unsurprisingly sucked into it. After these true spirits were sucked into the Blood Sea, the lucky ones would be enlightened by the Nether River Daoist and reappear in the world as Asuras. The unlucky ones could only continue to wander in the Blood Sea and wait for the reincarnation cycle to open. The unlucky ones would be more miserable. They would be contaminated by hostility and become monsters that only knew how to kill, just like the monster Feng Zichen had killed earlier. How tragic. I can't even rest in peace after death. Looking at this true spirit, Feng Zichen could not help but feel compassion. He stretched out his hand and the aura of Hongmeng circulated, enveloping the true spirit and washing away the hostility on his body, making him pure again. And the moment the true spirit recovered its purity, a sudden change occurred. A will suddenly came from his body. Taoist priests are merciful. The true spirit was enlightened by Feng Zichen and actually regained its clarity for a short period of time, remembering its previous life. Although it only lasted for a moment, it was still an amazing creation. This is Ghost. This magical scene fell into Feng Zichen's eyes like a clap of thunder, reminding him of a special group of people in the future. Ghosts. Wasn't that so? After a person died, he did not lose his intelligence. He had a form but no body. Wasn't that a ghost? However, there was a difference between them and the future. The ghosts of the future were formed by souls. The ghosts of the untainted land were formed by true spirits. As everyone knew, only when one's cultivation reached the golden immortal realm would one's true spirit possess immortality. Only then would one's lifespan be as long as the heavens and live forever. Similarly, when one's cultivation reached the golden immortal realm, even if their primordial spirit and physical body were destroyed, they could still maintain their true spirit and have a chance to start again. It was also at this time that the call of the Blood Sea was useless to them. They could easily break free. However, for cultivators who had not reached the golden immortal realm, there was still a chance of survival if their physical body was destroyed. If their primordial spirit was destroyed, they would really die. Their true spirits could not escape the call of the Blood Sea, nor could they maintain the survival of their intelligence. Therefore, if they died, they would really die. The true spirits gathered in the Nether Blood Sea were mostly cultivators below the golden immortal realm. Only a small number of unlucky golden immortals and Tai Jingxian whose true spirits were shattered would come to the Blood Sea. The true spirit in front of Feng Zichen was a Tai Jingxian when it was alive. Otherwise, it would not have temporarily recovered its intelligence. Ghost? Is this a sign of something? At this moment, Feng Zichen could not help but fall into deep thought. The Emperor of Fengdu was not only the Lord of the Underworld, but he was also the Baiyin Ghost Emperor. However, there were no ghosts in the current untainted land, nor were there any ghost cultivation methods. Ghosts were products of the postnatal era. There were none in the postnatal era. Chapter 345. Ghost. To put it bluntly, was the soul. Was made up of 3 souls and 7 spirits. But innate spirits did not have souls. They only had an innate true spirit. The great void was vast, the foundation turned into the origin, the beginning of all things, the 5 fortunes of the heavens, the distribution of qi, the origin of the earth. The true spirit existed in the vast universe and had the most primitive life functions. It was the subtle matter that could transform all things and was the origin of all things. It was the origin of life, the most essential power of the universe. Only with a true spirit could one be considered a true living being. Whether it was the primordial spirit of an immortal or the soul of a mortal, they were all special energy bodies evolved from the true spirit and supplemented by the qi of heaven and earth. It was like a placenta that wrapped around the true spirit to prevent it from being hurt. The innate true spirit was extremely fragile, but it was the foundation of a person. It was related to the future path of the Tao and was very important. Therefore, the primordial spirit and soul were born. Of course, the primordial spirit and soul were no different in nature. If there was a difference, the primordial spirit was the final form of the soul. After layers of baptism, the soul would first transform into the Yin spirit, then into the Yang spirit, and finally into the primordial spirit. Innate god fiends were born great. Once they transformed, they would at least have the realm of a golden immortal. Therefore, they were born with primordial spirits. Postnatal lifeforms were born weak and were far less powerful than innate lifeforms. They were born without a realm and were just ordinary mortals. Therefore, what they had was a soul. They needed to climb up step by step to have a primordial spirit and reach the starting point of the innate god fiend. Emperor of Fengdu, Ghost Emperor of Bai-yin. This is the will of the heavens. It's time for the ghost path to appear. At this moment, Feng Zichen understood. The Emperor of Fengdu commanded the 10,000 ghosts and was the king of the underworld. The will of the heavens had already shown him that the most suitable person to become the Emperor of Fengdu was a ghost. Why would he need to spend so much effort to find the treasure of the Sea of Blood? Wouldn't he be the most suitable candidate for the Emperor of Fengdu by directly using the true spirit to evolve an incarnation of the ghost path? Ruling the 10,000 ghosts with a ghost body and becoming the king of the underworld, this was the true right and proper. Moreover, the ghost path had not appeared yet. When Feng Zichen refined the ghost path incarnation, he took the opportunity to establish the ghost path and pass down the method of ghost cultivation. In this way, it was equivalent to opening up a new path for the remnant spirits floating in the Sea of Blood. These were all Feng Zichen's merits. If this is the case, then my power will be complete. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little excited. If the ghost Tao came into being, then the three realms of heaven, earth, and man would be under his control. After the witch and demon cataclysm, the heavenly court would be re-established. With such momentum, he would ascend to the throne of the four great emperors. Even if the sages were unwilling, they could do nothing to stop him. They could only grit their teeth and agree. His throne was not that of the great emperor of Ziwei, who was like a puppet. Instead, it was the great emperor of Ziwei Polaris who ruled over the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. It was the great emperor of Ziwei Polaris who ruled over everything in the world. The sect master of the Myriad Star sect, the Grand Master of Myriad Creation, one of the patriarchs of the immortal Tao, the most divine and most sacred, the limitless primitive emperor. With the supreme power in his hands and the karmic ranking of heaven and earth, even the sages dared not underestimate him. Refine. With a decision in his heart, Feng Zichen immediately moved. He formed a seal with his hands and condensed the origin of heaven and earth from the void in an attempt to refine an innate true spirit. The true spirit was the origin of heaven and earth. To heaven and earth, the endless living beings were the most precious treasures. That was because they were created with the origin of heaven and earth. How did the cataclysm come about? It was because of this. The higher the cultivation realm, the stronger the innate true spirit, and the more origin it could absorb from heaven and earth. Of course, this was not a good thing for the untainted land, because the origin of heaven and earth was limited. The more cultivators there were, the more origin they would need. Of course, the origin of heaven and earth could not be produced out of thin air. It could only be extracted from heaven and earth. In particular, the existence of Daoist Jingxian was the greatest burden to heaven and earth. Ordinary cultivators would die one day, and their origin would return to heaven and earth to form a virtuous cycle. However, Daoist Jingxian was different. They were immortal, which meant that the origin of heaven and earth that they had absorbed, the untainted land, would be lost forever. This was a great harm to the untainted land. The more Daoist Jingxian there were, the greater the harm to heaven and earth. If heaven and earth lost their origin, it would weaken. The more origin it lost, the more obvious the effect would be. It might even cause its level to drop and enter the age of Dharma ending. Originally, the purpose of heaven and earth creating living beings was to nurture them and let them grow continuously. When they died, their origin would be taken back. This was also a way for the world to advance. However, the appearance of Daoist Jingxian was like a worm, lying on the body of the world, constantly absorbing the origin of heaven and earth and consuming the potential of the world. Therefore, in order to maintain the good ecology of the world, the heavenly Tao operated karma and triggered the calamity of heaven and earth. Its purpose was to reduce the number of immortals in heaven and earth, to recover the origin and strengthen itself. Since it could not deal with Daoist Jingxian, the heavenly Dao could only deal with the remaining cultivators. Fortunately, compared to Daoist Jingxian, there were enough Tai Jingxian. It was completely possible to win with quantity. There must be an effect if there was a cause. All the calamities in the world would not be without a cause. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling, balls of Khanate Qi were refined by Feng Zichen and condensed repeatedly, forming wisps of the origin of heaven and earth. Judging from his speed, it would probably take less than a few years to refine a ball of the origin of heaven and earth. The means of a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven was indeed extraordinary. Feng Zichen was able to refine the origin that had dispersed into heaven and earth from the congenital Qi. Otherwise, why would Daoist Jingxian be called the worm of heaven and earth? In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. One could see that a small ball of the origin of heaven and earth had formed in Feng Zichen's hand. This was enough for him to evolve in Khanate true spirit. However, Feng Zichen did not stop. Instead, he continued to condense the origin of heaven and earth. Khanate true spirits also had levels. The difference between different levels was huge, no less than the difference between heaven and earth. That was the difference in aptitude, comprehension, potential, and identity. Just like Khanate god fiends and postnatal living beings. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to condense the origin of heaven and earth as much as possible. He did not expect to refine a powerful Khanate incarnation, but at least it would be passable. The Khanate true spirit was perfect and flawless. It had eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The Dao body was naturally formed, and the 9 orifices were connected. It corresponded to the Dao of heaven and earth, and was a Khanate god fiend. The Khanate true spirit was as bright as a mirror, untainted by dust, reflecting the rules of heaven and earth. Although it did not form a Dao body, it was also quite mysterious. It was a Khanate living being. The Khanate true spirit was like a firefly, flickering and not magical at all. It was a postnatal living being. At this time, the Khanate true spirit was not called Khanate true spirit, but true spirit light. That was because it was too small. Chapter 346. This bit of true spiritual light was the only innate item in the body of a postnatal life form. If a postnatal life form wanted to go against postnatal and become innate, prove the supreme great Tao, and cultivate into the immortal Daoist Jingxian, they could only rely on this bit of true spiritual light. This was the foundation of their Tao. The essence of the Tao of God fiends was to constantly strengthen this bit of true spiritual light, so that it could transform into a Dao body and transform into a Khanate god fiend. Of course, the incarnation that Feng Zichen wanted to refine couldn't be a postnatal life form. If he wanted to refine a postnatal life form incarnation, he could directly use blood essence. It wouldn't be so troublesome. The incarnation that he wanted to refine was not something a Khanate god fiend dared to hope for, but it had to be at least a top-level Khanate life form. Khanate god fiends were great creatures created by heaven and earth. Each of them was a seed of Daoist Jingxian. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they were destined to become Daoist Taoist priests. With Feng Zichen's strength, Daoist Jingxian couldn't create a Khanate god fiend. Even if a saint wanted to create such a great creature, it would be extremely difficult. He would have to pay a considerable price. Therefore, he could only use his strongest method to refine a top-level Khanate life form incarnation. In fact, it wasn't that difficult to refine a Khanate god fiend incarnation. Now, there was an opportunity in front of Feng Zichen. It was just that he wasn't willing. In the netherworld blood sea, there were countless fragments of true spirits floating. If Feng Zichen could steal his heart and melt these true spirits, he didn't even need all of them. Just a small part of them could be refined into a Khanate god fiend incarnation. However, this move was too harmful to the harmony of heaven. If he really did it, he would definitely be entangled with endless negative karma and attract divine punishment. Think about it, these true spirits were originally quietly staying in the blood sea, waiting for the cycle of reincarnation to open so that they could start a new life and start over. In the future, if they were fated, these true spirits that reincarnated could become golden immortals. They might be able to understand their previous selves and recall the past. However, if Feng Zichen refined them, they would really disappear from the untainted land. Reincarnation or starting over would have nothing to do with them. It had completely disappeared. Not a single trace of it remained. He couldn't imagine how big of a sin this was. The heavenly Tao would definitely be enraged and send down heavenly punishment. Of course, Feng Zichen had experienced heavenly punishment many times and had experience. In addition, he had a lot of merit on him. A mere heavenly punishment would not scare him. Most importantly, he couldn't bear it. Why would Feng Zichen attack these innocent true spirits for an innate god-fiend avatar if there was no grudge between them? This was not in accordance with the heavenly Tao. It was also contrary to his original intention. Therefore, I won't do it. Even if Feng Zichen managed to refine an incarnation using this method, his Tao heart would be flawed, and he would not be able to achieve the state of fusion. In that case, he would completely lose the hope of breaking through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. He would have no fate with the great Tao in this life. Moreover, slaughtering billions of innocent people for his own selfish reasons was the demonic Tao. Everyone in the untainted land had the right to kill him. If Feng Zichen really did that, Nuwa would be the first to not let him off, let alone the other saints. No matter how fierce the demonic Tao was, they would not lay their hands on true spirits. No matter how ferocious a devil was, he would not be able to refine someone else's true spirit. Refining true spirits was the common evil of the untainted land. It was a taboo in the world. No matter how intense the battle was or how great the hatred was, the most one could do was to shatter the opponent's true spirit into pieces, completely erase its intelligence, and scatter it into the world, cutting off all chances of resurrection. No one had ever heard of anyone refining someone else's true spirit. Otherwise, with so many true spirits in the Blood Sea, Daoist Mingi would have taken action long ago. Why would he have stayed until now? Wasn't it good to use these true spirits to create a Jura clansman of the innate god-fiend level? Why did he need to enlighten them one by one? It was so troublesome. It was not that he was unwilling, but he could not. Now, reincarnation had yet to be established. If new living beings were to be born in the primordial world, they could only be born through the spontaneous nurturing of the world. However, nurturing living beings required the consumption of the essence of the world. Even if the world did not care about these essences, nurturing innate true spirits and giving birth to true living beings required a long process. In the primordial world, it was extremely chaotic. Living beings were dying all the time. Moreover, this speed was definitely faster than the speed at which living beings were born in the primordial world. According to this, there should be fewer and fewer living beings in the primordial world. However, the truth was that there were more and more living beings in the primordial world. The reason was those innate true spirits. When an innate god-fiend died and his innate true spirit was shattered, 129,600 innate lifeforms could be born. When an innate lifeform died and his true spirit was shattered, 129,600 postnatal lifeforms could be born. And these were only at the initial stage of their birth. If the innate god-fiends were stronger and their innate true spirits were shattered, more innate lifeforms could be born. It was because of these shattered innate true spirits that there were more and more innate lifeforms in the primordial world. Of course, the number of innate god-fiends was also decreasing. If one had studied the history of the primordial world, they would discover that after every calamity, a large number of living beings would be born in the primordial world. That was because too many experts had died in the cataclysm. Moreover, the aptitude of these born innate lifeforms was weaker with each generation. After the primordial beast calamity, most of the living beings born in the world were innate god-fiends. Most of the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace were born during this period. Only a small number of living beings were innate lifeforms, and they were the top innate lifeforms. After the ancient Longhan calamity, most of the living beings born in the world were innate lifeforms. Only a small number of living beings were innate god-fiends. The top disciples of the third generation of the celestial sect of wonders were the products of this era. Then, after the shaman demon calamity, most of the living beings born in the world were postnatal life forms. Only a small number of living beings were innate life forms. After all, at this time, the primordial world had undergone a huge change. It had changed from the innate era to the postnatal era. However, the postnatal lifeforms of this era had decent aptitude. Any one of them had the possibility of becoming an immortal. After the investiture of the gods' calamity, the innate era had completely transformed into the postnatal era. The living beings born in the world were only postnatal lifeforms. Only those top grotto heavens and blessed lands with endless fortune could give birth to innate lifeforms. The postnatal lifeforms of this era were affected by the environment. Their aptitude was undoubtedly much weaker. Any one of them could only be said to have the possibility of cultivating. As for becoming an immortal, it depended on one's own fortune. Chapter 347. After the journey to the West Calamity, the world had completely changed. The Khanate era had long become a myth, and the living beings that were born had completely become ordinary people. Not to mention cultivating the path of immortality, even those who had the talent to cultivate were 1 in a million. The primordial world had always been moving backwards. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. On this day, Feng Zichen finally completed the condensation of the origin of heaven and earth. There was a ball of yellow Tao light in his hand. It was dazzling and emitted the aura of the origin of all things. The sky was black, and the earth was yellow. Yellow was the color of heaven and earth. This was the origin of heaven and earth. Feng Zichen spent 100 years to complete it. Go. Pointing at his forehead, Feng Zichen pulled out a stream of qi of true spirit and injected it into the origin of heaven and earth. In the end, it was Daoist Jingxian. It was different from before. To refine an incarnation, a stream of qi of true spirit was enough. There was no need to split the Khanate true spirit. The function of this stream of qi of true spirit was to imprint his own mark on the origin of heaven and earth to ensure that the Khanate true spirit evolved from it was his incarnation and not an independent life. Otherwise, it would be a real joke if he did not refine the incarnation and had an extra child for no reason. After the qi of true spirit and the origin of heaven and earth had perfectly merged, Feng Zichen began to evolve the Khanate true spirit. He still knew how to create life. Among the 36 great divine powers of the Big Dipper, the supreme great divine power of mediating creation had the power to create life. Evolving the universe and creating life was a great divine power that could create something out of nothing. In the past, Nuwa had used this divine power to create the human race. Feng Zichen had practiced the Big Dipper 36 transformations for many years. Of course, he was not unfamiliar with this divine power. It should be said that he was familiar with the 36 supreme great divine powers recorded in the Big Dipper 36 transformations. Mediating creation. Feng Zichen formed a Dao seal and chanted a Dao voice, attracting the power from the unseen world. With the help of his hand gestures, he unleashed this earth-shattering great divine ability. Although Feng Zichen could perform it, his realm was not as high as Nuwa's, so he could not perform it as he wished. It could only be activated with a Dao seal and an incantation. With the completion of Feng Zichen's hand gesture, the void suddenly changed, as if it had collapsed, and huge cracks appeared. Divine light appeared. Then, from the crack, the qi of creation surged out and wrapped around the origin of heaven and earth. Star River Universal Light, rise. Seeing this, Feng Zichen quickly used another supreme technique, the Milky Way Cosmic Light. This was a supreme technique that he had comprehended from Zhouxing. It was a great technique that belonged to the way of time and space, and it had the ability to control time and space. With Feng Zichen's mastery of the mediating creation, if he wanted to rely on it to create living beings, it would take at least 100 years, or even a few thousand years. This period of time was too long. Therefore, Feng Zichen used the Milky Way cosmic light to forcibly accelerate time and mature the origin of heaven and earth. A wisp of purple gold light appeared, with the aura of time, enveloping the origin of heaven and earth and the chi of creation. In an instant, the sea turned into mulberry fields, and endless years passed. It seemed like tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years. The origin of heaven and earth and the chi of creation merged and turned into a divine fetus with the aura of life. At first, it was weak, then it became stronger and stronger. In the end, the divine fetus exploded, and a connate true spirit emerged from it. It had the outline of a human, and its whole body was white and flawless, surrounded by divine light. This was a connate life form, just as Feng Zichen thought, the top connate life form. However, this incarnation did not have a physical body, and was only a connate true spirit. It was also because of this that he could be created by Feng Zichen in such a short period of time with a ball of origin of heaven and earth. Otherwise, how could a complete top-level Xiantian life form be created by a mere ball of the origin of heaven and earth? Of course, this incarnation did not need a physical body. It was a ghost. And it was the most basic ghost. Why would it need a physical body? A ghost body was enough. Fengdu greets me. With a flash of spiritual light, this incarnation gained sentience and understood its origins. Haha. You and I are one. There's no need to be so polite. As they spoke, the two of them looked at each other and laughed in unison. It was amazing to have two bodies at the same time. From this moment on, Feng Zichen had another nickname in the primordial world. The supreme deity of the netherworld, the Baiyin Ghost Emperor, the Lord of the Netherworld, the King of Hell, and the Emperor of Fengdu who commanded all ghosts. Dong, a long bell rang. Hongmeng Daozhong came from the North Star and landed between the two of them. Boundless Daoist rhymes spread out, and Hongmeng's aura spread out. In this sea of blood, a hazy purple Dao domain was formed. Inside, 3,000 great Daos manifested. They intertwined with each other and deduced endless laws. All the principles of the world could be found in it. During the trip to the great chaos of the outer realm, although the Hongmeng Daozhong did not advance to a connate cardinal treasure, it had been baptized by the power of the great Dao and had improved slightly. This purple Dao domain was the result of its improvement. Dao domain, Great Dao domain. Inside, it was filled with the laws of the Great Dao. It could help one cultivate, deduce divine abilities, and perfect cultivation techniques. It was a first-class holy land for enlightenment. The incarnation of the Ghost Dao had been born. Next, it was to establish the Ghost Dao and create a ghost cultivation technique. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to use the power of Hongmeng Daozhong to improve his comprehension so that he could create the ghost cultivation technique that was closest to perfection. Ghosts were beings of extreme yin. In the later generations, true ghost cultivators relied on absorbing starlight and moonlight to cultivate in the early stages of cultivation. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to create the ghost cultivation technique from there. When it came to the Dao of the stars, he was the true expert. Even Di Jun Tai was inferior. Firstly, the two of them did not receive the three enclosures Dao scripture. Secondly, compared to the Emperor's star, the Sun's star was closer to the Dao of the Sun. In terms of the Dao of the stars, it was far less orthodox than the Emperor's star. Thirdly, Di Jun Tai did not have the inheritance of the star demon god. In terms of the Dao of the stars, he was not as deep as Feng Zichen. From this, it could be seen that in the primordial world, Feng Zichen's comprehension of the Dao of the stars could be said to be number one. At the very least, he had attained the Dao of the stars. As the Dao master of the stars, Di Jun did not notice. Wasn't this the embodiment of Di Jun's inferiority? Creating the ghost Dao was not difficult for Feng Zichen. The ghosts now were the innate true spirits. And the Dao of the gods and demons was the method to cultivate the innate true spirits. The Yin God and Yang God concepts inside were very suitable for the ghost Dao. If he took it out and changed it, he would not change the cultivation of the true spirit. Then, he would change the physical body into the primordial spirit. It would be almost a ghost cultivation technique. It had to be said that this ghost Dao was really fated with Feng Zichen. Back then, when he created the Dao of the gods and demons, he did not expect that this cultivation technique could be used as a ghost cultivation technique. Chapter 348. Who could say for sure when it came to fated opportunities? After entering the purple precept domain, Feng Zichen flashed and entered the body of Fengdu's incarnation. He merged with it and disappeared. The Great Emperor of Fengdu was the incarnation of Great Emperor Ziwei in the Netherworld. Although no one knew now, when Great Emperor Ziwei appeared in the future, all living beings in the primordial world would know. If people found out that Feng Zichen and the Great Emperor of Fengdu were together, it would inevitably cause others to suspect their relationship. This was not good. The relationship between Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei could not be exposed. Great Emperor Ziwei was Great Emperor Ziwei, and Feng Zichen was Feng Zichen. These were two completely different people with different experiences and different destinies. They had no relationship at all and could not be involved in any way. This was related to Feng Zichen's future plan, so he could not be careless in the slightest. Therefore, he would not do anything that might expose the true identity of Great Emperor Ziwei. Even if he did do it, he had to be extremely cautious and erase all traces afterward. The Great Emperor of Fengdu and Great Emperor Ziwei were involved. Therefore, without a suitable reason, Feng Zichen could not let others see the connection between them. Compared to Feng Zichen's strength, Fengdu's strength was too weak. He had only reached the innate realm. This was the second realm of cultivation, and it was also the lowest level among innate lifeforms. It was only higher than the acquired realm, which was unique to postnatal lifeforms. Of course, this was deliberately done by Feng Zichen. Otherwise, as the top innate life form, Fengdu's strength should have at least the cultivation of a celestial immortal. If he wanted to open up a new great path, of course, he had to start from the most basic realm and feel every realm again. If he had not experienced it personally, how could he open up the most perfect cultivation method? Therefore, Fengdu's initial realm was only the innate realm. It was convenient for him to use every realm to verify the method of ghost cultivation. As for why it was not the acquired realm, that was because Fengdu was an innate life form. And the weakest innate life form had the cultivation of the innate realm. This was the bottom line of innate life forms. The essence was so and could not be changed. As Feng Zichen's mind was completely immersed in the derivation of the cultivation technique, the purple Dao domain also quieted down without any sound. Just like that, another 100 years passed. On this day, Feng Zichen, who had been silent for 100 years, suddenly moved. 3 rays of light gushed out of his body. The first ray of light was the light of life, which originated from its mother. If one lived in a human body for a long time, it could make one feel refreshed and live longer. After it appeared, it immediately fused with the 9 heavens yang qi and turned into a ball of gas. This was the fetal light, the heaven soul of the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man. It ruled over a person's lifespan. The second ray of light was the light of wisdom, which originated from its father. It caused man to scheme against all living things, to toil 100 deities, and to bring about disaster. After it appeared, it directly merged with the 5 elements qi in the world and turned into a ball of gas. This was Shuangling, the human soul of the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man. It determined a person's wisdom and ability. The third ray of light was the light of disaster. It caused people to be lustful and addicted to dirty thoughts. It consumed their essence, caused them to lack divine qi, insufficient kidney qi, and blocked the 5 meridians of the spleen and stomach. After it appeared, it directly merged with the extreme yin qi in the world and turned into a ball of gas. This was the netherworld spirit, the earth soul of the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man. It controlled the gonads and sexual orientation of the human body. After the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man were born, they suddenly merged into one and turned into a huge ball of gas, enveloping Feng Zichen's body. Outside his body, it was constantly changing, as if it was about to turn into a human form. However, it seemed to be missing something. Every time the human form was about to condense, the ball of gas formed by the 3 souls would shatter and scatter into a ball. Then, it would condense again, try to turn into a human form again, and shatter again. It would condense again, and shatter again, the cycle repeated. Ha! With a deep shout, emotions surged on Feng Zichen's body. There were joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire. 7 emotions appeared and evolved outside his body, fusing with the 3 souls. These were the 7 souls: corpse dog, concealed arrow, sparrow een, thief seizing, non-poison, filth removal, and smelly lung. They were formed by human emotions. The 7 souls appeared and immediately merged with the 3 souls. Immediately, the 3 souls stabilized and formed an illusory figure outside Feng Zichen's body. It looked exactly like him. This was a soul. Feng Zichen relied on the knowledge of the later generations to refine a fetal coat outside the connate true spirit, which was what the later generations called the soul. It was used to protect the true spirit. Rumble. As soon as the soul was formed, the heavenly Tao immediately sensed it and lowered its gaze. The rules of heaven and earth appeared, and auspicious clouds spread out. The scene of the clear saint appeared, tearing a hole in the resentment that had not dissipated all year round above the blood sea. The soul was something that had never appeared before. In the current primordial world, the fetal coat used to protect the connate true spirit was the primordial spirit. Compared to the soul, it was more high-end, more powerful, and more perfect. However, although the primordial spirit was good, it had a flaw. That was, only cultivators who had become immortals could refine the primordial spirit. There were no cultivators below the heaven immortal realm. The primordial spirit was unique to immortal cultivators. The soul was the opposite. It was prepared for those who had not become immortals or even mortals. Strictly speaking, the Yin spirit and the Yang spirit were also a type of soul. It was a special change in the process of the soul transforming into the primordial spirit. The essence was still the soul. The appearance of the soul could be said to make up for the shortcomings of the primordial world. Therefore, the heavenly Tao was alarmed. Supreme majesty shrouded the blood sea, and the vast aura was terrifying. Taoist Mingi, who was in seclusion, was immediately awakened by this aura. Who is he? Opening his eyes, Taoist Mingi immediately discovered the source of the change. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Feng Zichen. What? How can this be? In the next moment, when he saw Feng Zichen, Taoist Mingi could not help but narrow his eyes and cry out in surprise. In his tone, there was half doubt and half shock. Because he could not see through that person at all. This sounded a little unbelievable, but it really happened. One had to know that Taoist Mingi was in existence in the great perfection of sage to be. In the primordial world, there were not many people that he could not see through. Moreover, he knew all these people. However, he had no impression of this person in front of him. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Strange, really strange. In his eyes, that person was standing quietly on the blood sea. His entire body was covered by a dazzling purple light. He could not see through his depth, nor could he figure out his origin. He was mysterious and unpredictable. As for the Hongmeng Daozhong, the moment the 3 souls were born, the Hongmeng Daozhong had been kept by Feng Zichen. This treasure was too eye-catching. It could not be seen by outsiders. Chapter 349. Of course, Daoist Mingi couldn't see through Feng Zichen. Outside his body, it was the merit of opening the heavens. It was a supreme treasure that could allow one to become a sage. It was enough to cover all traces. Even if a sage came, he could only recognize the origin of the merit of creation. And he couldn't see Feng Zichen through him. Although Daoist Mingi was strong, he was still quite a distance away from the primordial chaos Tao realm. Therefore, he couldn't see through the cover of the merit of creation. It wasn't that he was weak, but that the merit of creation was too strong. Since a sacred object was called a sacred object, it naturally had the ability to defy the heavens. Otherwise, how could it attract the pursuit of countless living beings? Boom! An invisible force erupted, and in an instant, it swept through the entire primordial chaos. This was, the heavenly Tao had made its move. Only the heavenly Tao could release a power that could affect the entire primordial chaos in an instant. When the invisible force brushed past, all the living beings in the primordial chaos who had yet to become an immortal felt a wonderful change in their bodies. The light of spirituality appeared and combined with the qi of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Together with the qi of the 7 emotions, it formed a fetal coat on the body of the innate true spirit. That was the soul. At this moment, all the living beings in the primordial chaos who had yet to become an immortal had a soul. The innate flaw was completely made up for. Immediately, a feeling of perfection appeared on those living beings. It was as if the birth of a soul had made them even more perfect. A sense of joy surged from the innate true spirit, causing those living beings who had given birth to souls to smile uncontrollably. In this atmosphere, even the world seemed to be infected. The entire primordial chaos was filled with an aura of joy. Whoosh! Golden light was like rain, dazzling and resplendent. It descended from the sky and fell into Feng Zichen's body. When the soul came out, the merit would descend. Feng Zichen made up for the deficiencies of the living beings in the primordial chaos. This was a matter of great merit, so naturally, great merit would descend. This time, in the face of such a huge amount of merit, Feng Zichen didn't refuse. Instead, he circulated his cultivation technique and absorbed all of it to improve his strength. The netherworld was about to appear. If one wanted to establish a foothold in it, it wasn't enough to rely on identity and qualifications. One also had to have great strength. Otherwise, no one would be convinced. Just like Haotian in the future, he had supreme status but no corresponding strength. In the end, he could only be reduced to a puppet. If Di Jun lost the throne, the living beings of the primordial world would still respect him. Because he was strong enough, no one dared to disrespect him. However, if Haotian were to lose his throne, all his glory would disappear along with it. Because compared to Di Jun, he was too weak. It was far inferior to his greatness. In the end, the great desolate Aeon was a place where strength mattered. The prerequisite for seniority was equal in strength. How could Daoist Jingxian compare seniority with Tai Jingxian? Their life forms had changed, and they were no longer the same creatures. Their understanding of things and the meaning of existence were also different. All the comparisons were meaningless now. The difference between them was like the difference between humans and animals. Under such circumstances, seniority was important. Was that even possible? As the merit entered his body, Feng Zichen's realm was soaring. Earth immortal, heaven immortal, mystic immortal, in the blink of an eye, his realm had reached Tai Jingxian, and it was still increasing. If he relied on himself to cultivate, it would take at least tens of thousands of years. But now, with the help of merit, he did it in a few breaths. The black-yellow merit was worthy of being a treasure to increase one's cultivation. Of course, this was also related to Feng Zichen's realm, which was Daoist Jingxian. Otherwise, no matter how fast merit could increase one's cultivation, it couldn't be so fast. And with the increase of his realm, Feng Zichen's body also underwent a huge change. Light spots suddenly lit up on his soul. After counting carefully, there were a total of 365 light spots. They seemed to correspond to the stars in the sky, and also seemed to correspond to the spirit cave of the earth. Pangu's meridian diagram. Feng Zichen used his soul to replace his physical body, modified the God-Fiend scripture, and created the supreme scripture of the ghost cultivators, the Ghost Code. The God-Fiend Tao was to open up the divine aperture in the physical body, evolve the Pangu's meridian diagram, and reverse engineer the Pangu's Tao body to strengthen the true spirit. The Ghost Tao was to open up the ghost aperture in the soul and evolve a Pangu's meridian diagram. This was reverse engineering the Pangu's primordial spirit. Ghosts didn't have a physical body, so they didn't need a physical body. They directly refined an innate primordial spirit. In the end, they directly reversed everything and formed the Pangu's primordial spirit. With this, they broke into the primordial chaos Dao realm and became indestructible. This was a technique that was completely different from the God-Fiend Dao. It could be said that the Ghost Dao and the God-Fiend Dao were two extremes. One completely abandoned the primordial spirit and focused on cultivating the physical body in order to cultivate the Pangu's true body and complete the magnificent feat of using strength to achieve the Dao. The other completely abandoned the physical body and focused on cultivating the primordial spirit in order to cultivate the Pangu's primordial spirit and combine the Dao of heaven and earth to achieve the Dao. Of course, the two also had something in common, and that was that they were both based on the true spirit. The true spirit was the foundation. The physical body and primordial spirit served the true spirit. Opportunity. A great opportunity. Without a doubt, if he could reverse engineer the Pangu's primordial spirit, it would make up for Feng Zichen's biggest shortcoming. Feng Zichen didn't have a primordial spirit. His true spirit was too powerful, causing no primordial spirit to be able to withstand the power of the true spirit. Not to mention wrapping the true spirit, if one wanted to get close, they would be crushed into pieces by the powerful power of the true spirit. This was also what Feng Zichen was proud of. There was no other true spirit as powerful as him in the primordial world. However, pride was pride, it didn't mean that there was no problem. The physical body, primordial spirit, and true spirit complemented each other. If one was missing, it wouldn't be so coordinated. Although he couldn't see any problems now, there might be problems in the future. He had to guard against this. However, no matter how hard Feng Zichen tried, he couldn't refine a suitable primordial spirit. There was one in the past, but that innate primordial spirit was sent into the Thunder Lock Dao fetus and turned into the North Star Emperor. Even if he took it back now, it had been out of his body for so long that it probably wouldn't be able to adapt to the power of the true spirit. Now, the birth of the Ghost Dao had completely solved his problem. In this world, was there still a primordial spirit stronger than Pangu's primordial spirit? No. Moreover, his goal was Pangu's true body, which was the most compatible with Pangu's primordial spirit. When Pangu's true body and Pangu's primordial spirit were all refined, achieving the Dao would be easy. The human incarnation mainly cultivated the physical body, while the Ghost Dao incarnation mainly cultivated the primordial spirit. The comprehension of the two would be gathered on the original body of the Emperor Star. The benefits obtained would definitely be beyond imagination. This was the true great Dao that could be expected. The gains obtained from this trip to the Blood Sea completely exceeded Feng Zichen's expectations. Just the benefits obtained from opening up the Ghost Dao were enough for him to enjoy for the rest of his life. Chapter 350. Even if he didn't get any benefits in the next cycle of reincarnation, it would be a worthwhile trip. The benefits were not as important as the completion of his own path. The 365 ghost apertures opened at the same time and connected into one. They emitted a powerful suction force, swallowing the essence of the stars and the extreme yin qi of the earth. Rumble, amidst the rumbling, Feng Zichen's body shook violently. The illusory ghost body was immediately fixed. It seemed to have a texture. The yin spirit was formed. Then, the changes did not stop. With the help of the qi of merit, all the ghost apertures were filled with yin qi in an instant. In the next moment, extreme yin gave birth to yang. First, a wisp of pure yang qi appeared and then spread throughout his body. With a sizzling sound, the yin qi on the yin spirit's body was refined and turned into pure yang qi. The yang spirit was formed. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen silently operated the 3 pure Daoist scriptures and extracted the principles of Pangu's primordial spirit and imprinted them on the yang spirit. He made the yang spirit as close to Pangu's primordial spirit as possible. The 3 pure ones were formed by Pangu's primordial spirit. The Daoist scriptures they created naturally contained part of the principles of Pangu's primordial spirit. With this, he might be able to see a trace of the mysteries of Pangu's primordial spirit. Boom! 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 A total of 108 bolts of golden lightning struck down on Feng Zichen's yang spirit. This was a heavenly tribulation. There was originally no heavenly tribulation in the current primordial world. However, under Feng Zichen's series of actions, a heavenly tribulation was born. Moreover, the current heavenly tribulation was more powerful than the heavenly tribulation in the future. Of course, not everyone was qualified to undergo such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Only those with heaven-defying aptitude could pass it. This was a heavenly tribulation specially prepared for people like Feng Zichen. As the three pure Daoist scriptures were operated, no matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it could not hurt him at all. Instead, it was refined by him and turned into nutrients for his growth. In the end, he had Wuxia Xianxia's cultivation. If he was injured by the heavenly tribulation, he would lose a lot of face. After the heavenly tribulation, Feng Zichen became a celestial immortal, and his yang spirit turned into a primordial spirit. At this point, the primordial spirit could already produce flesh and blood. Apart from not being as strong as the physical body, there was no difference. It even had many more mysterious abilities. After becoming a sky immortal, Feng Zichen's speed of refining merit points had greatly increased. Within a few breaths, he completed the process of becoming one with the Tao and became a Tai Jingxian. Moreover, he was in the consummation realm. At the same time, his merit was also exhausted. He did not raise his cultivation level to that of Daoist Jingxian. However, this was not the end. Feng Zichen suddenly stood up, bowed to the sky, and said, "In the name of the heavenly way, the poor way of Fengdu saw that in the nether blood sea, countless true spirits had gathered. They did not have spiritual wisdom, did not understand the heavenly way, and did not know the true self. They suffered day and night from the erosion of evil energy. I could not bear it. Therefore, I specially set up the ghost path to pass on the method of ghost cultivation. I will open the path for the dead so that they can enter the door of the great way again and free the billions of true spirits. May the heavenly way be the judge. Ghost path, set up." As he spoke, Feng Zichen sat down cross-legged and began to talk about the method of ghost cultivation. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the blood sea. All living beings must die, and the dead must return to the earth. This is called a ghost. A ghost is a soul. It has 3 souls and 7 spirits. 3 souls, fetus light, Shuangling, and Yujing. 7 spirits, corpse dog, concealed arrow, sparrow een, seizing thief, non-poison, filth removal, and smelly lung. Following Feng Zichen's narration, the true spirits in the blood sea seemed to be enlightened. A wisp of light of wisdom appeared, and they gradually developed spiritual intelligence. To be able to persist in the blood sea for so long without being eroded by the evil aura, their cultivation when they were alive was definitely not to be underestimated. Therefore, after they obtained the method of cultivation, with the help of it, they all developed spiritual intelligence again. After these people developed spiritual intelligence, they first bowed to Feng Zichen. Then, they hurriedly followed the method of ghost cultivation that Feng Zichen passed down to condense their 3 souls and 7 spirits. They had already formed a soul, and they continued to cultivate the ghost code. Only after losing something would one know how to cherish it. They had already died once. Therefore, they understood the value of life. This was a rare opportunity to cultivate, so he naturally cherished it very much. Every time a true spirit developed spiritual intelligence, the heavenly way would bestow merit. And when this true spirit developed spiritual intelligence and stepped on the path of Tao again, the heavenly way would bestow merit. As more and more true spirits developed spiritual intelligence, more and more true spirits embarked on the path of cultivation. Feng Zichen's merit also accumulated more and more. Endless enlightenment floated in his heart, enveloping him and rushing towards the Daoist realm. At the same time, the merit of splitting open the sky was also exerting its power, raising Feng Zichen's comprehension to the limit, helping him to understand the mysteries of Pangu's primordial spirit. There was a loud rumble. A bright light suddenly erupted from Feng Zichen's body. It broke through the layers of void and directly pierced through the long river of destiny, proving the Tao of Daoist Jingxian. At this moment, Feng Zichen once again proved the Tao of Daoist Jingxian, achieving the Daoist Jingxian with the Ghost Tao. TSK. I wonder which fellow Daoist is so free and leisurely to specially split a clone and come to the Blood Sea to prove the Tao. In the depths of the Blood Sea, Daoist Mingi could be said to have witnessed the entire process of Feng Zichen's Tao proving with his own eyes. Daoist Jingxian, who had achieved the Tao of Daoist Jingxian in 100 years, Daoist Mingi would not believe that he was not the clone of some great divine ability. However, that person had covered his background, obviously wanting to expose his identity. Daoist Mingi would not ask for trouble and take the initiative to investigate the other party's background. With this fellow Daoist here, I think the Blood Sea will not be lonely. Looking at Feng Zichen, Daoist Mingi said in an inexplicable tone. If it was in the past, Feng Zichen had come to the Blood Sea to prove the Tao without saying anything. Given Daoist Mingi's temper, he would definitely chase him out. However, after the battle with Tai, Daoist Mingi understood a principle. In the primordial world, it was necessary to have one or two close friends. This way, when he encountered trouble, he could have a helper. Now that a great divine ability had taken the initiative to come over, Mingi, who was thinking of ways to make friends, could not ask for more. How could he refuse? In any case, the Blood Sea was big enough. Not to mention one great divine ability, even if a few more came, it could accommodate them. Furthermore, Feng Zichen's Ghost Tao was still beneficial to the Blood Sea. The reason why the Netherworld Blood Sea had so much resentment was because of these true spirits. Now, with the appearance of the Ghost Tao, the resentment was eliminated. The situation of the Blood Sea should be improved a lot. As for the Ghost Tao, other than feeling curious, Daoist Mingi did not take it to heart. He was not the only one. Many great divine abilities of the primordial world were the same. Now that the Netherworld had not appeared, ghost cultivators had no foothold and had no future. The gazes of the great divine abilities were still on the living. In comparison, the primordial world belonged to the living. Dead people? What was that? They were just losers. What trouble could they cause? Chapter 351. The moment Daoist Jingxian proved his Tao in Fengdu, Feng Zichen's original body also changed in the Ziwei Tao embryo on the Ziwei star. Wisps of purple light appeared and wrapped around his true spirit as if they were nurturing something. It was the primordial spirit embryo. Daoist Jingxian proved his Tao in Fengdu. His primordial spirit already had a trace of the mysteries of Pangu's primordial spirit. Now, through the mysterious connection, that wisp of mystery was transmitted to his original body, helping him evolve his innate primordial spirit. The Ziwei star was formed by Pangu's ancestral aperture. It was where his divine court was located, where his primordial spirit lived, and also the former residence of the heavenly Tao. It could be said that the Ziwei star was the #1 place of creation in the primordial world. Even Kunlun Mountain could not be compared to it. It was much easier to reverse engineer Pangu's primordial spirit here than in other places. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like the heavens were helping him. When Great Emperor Ziwei's innate primordial spirit was successfully evolved, his physical body, primordial spirit, and true spirit would be perfect. That meant that it was time for him to be born. However, if Di Jun's Tai did not die, even if he was born, he would not be able to walk out of the Ziwei star. Going out meant death. Of course, if Feng Zichen could fight against the entire demon race by himself, he would be able to go out. But obviously, he could not. This era belonged to Di Jun. The next era belonged to him. After Feng Zichen proved his Tao, the merit did not end. It was still flowing in endlessly. However, this merit was no longer enough to improve his cultivation. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought for a moment and suddenly formed a seal. He gathered the merit aura into a ball and poured it into the ground under his feet. Rumble. Amidst the violent rumbling, the surrounding earth veins surged crazily and merged with the merit aura, forming a huge mountain peak that rose from the bottom of the sea. The mountain peak was magnificent as if it was going to pierce the clouds. It rose up with a whoosh. In a few days, it was already level with the sea of blood and was about to emerge. At this moment, the seal in Feng Zichen's hands suddenly changed. The aura of virtue no longer surged towards the ground. Instead, it turned into golden flames that burned towards the mountain peak. Sizzle, accompanied by a sizzling sound, the impurities on the mountain were refined by the fire of virtue, and they turned into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the sea of blood. As the flames of virtue smelted the mountain, the origin of the sea of blood hidden in the blood water was unavoidably extracted by the flames of virtue and fused with the mountain. A smear of blood appeared on the mountain. Although it was very faint, it was exceptionally obvious. Furthermore, as more of the blood sea's origin fused into the mountain, the blood-red color became darker, and the mountain gradually turned blood-red. At the same time, the fire of virtue became even more vigorous. Even more impurities were refined out, and the mountain was shrinking at a visible speed. Virtue Qi was refined by the heavenly Tao with the quintessence of the heavens and the earth, and it possessed the ability to create all things. Feng Zichen had fused it into the earth veins, and his goal was obvious. He wanted to create a paradise. A blessed land for ghost cultivators. Regardless of whether there was the netherworld or not, ghost cultivators needed a place to settle down. And he, Feng Zichen, the great emperor of the Beiyin necropolis, the ancestor of the ghost Tao, also needed a dojo to preach the methods of ghost cultivators and control thousands of ghosts. Luo Shan. Fengdu Luo Shan. This was the name that Feng Zichen had given to the mountain peak, and it was also the name of his future dojo. The great emperor of the Fengdu Luo Shan was in charge of the netherworld, controlling thousands of ghosts, establishing the 6 palaces of the Grotto Heaven, and sealing the ghosts and gods of the 6 heavens. Dojo? It seems that this fellow Daoist is really planning to settle down in the sea of blood. Then, the poor Wei will lend him a hand as a sign of goodwill. Seeing Feng Zichen's actions, Daoist Mingi naturally guessed his plan. After thinking for a while, he decided to help him develop the dojo. As long as the other party settled down in the sea of blood, he would be a natural ally. If he showed goodwill now, it would be easier to build a relationship later on. As for becoming an enemy of Daoist Mingi? What a joke. He was the lord of the Nether Blood Sea, one of the top 10 great mediums in the primordial world. Did he really think that everyone was Tai? The number of people in the primordial world who could be his enemy, other than the saints, would be less than 5. Go. Grabbing at the void, Daoist Mingi forcefully pulled out a ball of the origin of the sea of blood and threw it at Luo Shan. Rumble. The origin of the sea of blood entered the body, and Luo Shan's changes suddenly became intense. The mountain turned completely dark red, and evil aura flowed out. Thank you, fellow Daoist. The poor Wei has something to do, so I can't come forward to thank you. I hope you can forgive me. After stabilizing Luo Shan, Feng Zichen bowed to Daoist Mingi from afar. In the sea of blood, only he could give out the origin of the sea of blood so casually. Haha. You're welcome, fellow Daoist. The matter in front of you is more important. You and I will talk later. Daoist Mingi replied with a smile. Thank you for your understanding, fellow Daoist. After replying, Feng Zichen continued to use his divine ability to transform Luo Shan. After obtaining a ball of the origin of the sea of blood, Fengdu Luo Shan's origin was undoubtedly more vigorous. However, Luo Shan was a blessed land created after all. Compared to those blessed lands created by nature, it had more craftsmanship and less nature. It was ultimately inferior. After frowning and pondering for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly raised his right hand. Using his finger as a pen and merit as ink, he began to write on Luo Shan. What he wrote was the supreme scripture of the Ghost Tao, the Ghost Codex. However, those words were extremely unfamiliar and looked sinister. They were words that had never appeared in the primordial world. Those were ghost words. Words that were born from the luck of the Ghost Tao. With the appearance of the ghost words, the merit that had begun to decrease suddenly increased again and surged toward Luo Shan. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth descended and acted on Luo Shan's body. Endless creation. A few days later, the power of heaven and earth and the power of merit dissipated, revealing a mountain that was 1,000,000 feet tall. It was Luo Shan. Although this mountain was not big, it looked quite imposing and did not lose to the top blessed lands of the primordial world. Feng Zichen had spent so much merit. If he could not create a top blessed land, then it would be a huge loss. This mountain is called Luo Shan. It is the training ground of the Poor Way and also the ancestral land of the ghost cultivators. From now on, anyone who is in the ghost Dao can enter this mountain to cultivate. After looking at Luo Shan, Feng Zichen suddenly turned around and said to the group of ghost cultivators. These were all his future subordinates. He had to nurture them well. As the first generation of ghost cultivators, their aptitudes were definitely the best. This was because they were all innate life forms when they were alive, and most of them were formed from the innate true spirits of the Tai Jingxian. Otherwise, they would not have been able to resist the corrosion of the Blood Sea's evil aura. With such a background, becoming a Daoist Jingxian might not be realistic, but becoming a Tai Jingxian was much easier than others. Think about it, how many innate true spirits were gathered in the Netherworld Blood Sea? It was simply uncountable. This was accumulated over the endless years of the primordial world. The number was naturally far beyond imagination. Chapter 352. Among these innate true spirits, as long as 1 in 100 million, no, 1 in 100 million managed to cultivate Tai Jingxian, it would be a terrifying number. In the future, the GS sect was known as the number one force in the primordial world. The 10,000 immortals did not refer to Daoist Jingxian, but Tai Jingxian. If 10,000 Tai Jingxian could have such power, then Feng Zichen's Fengdu would definitely be stronger than the GS sect. How could a sect be compared to a Dao? Teacher is merciful. Below, the ghost cultivators hurriedly bowed and said. After being taught by Feng Zichen, it was reasonable for them to call him teacher. If not for the fact that they were afraid that Feng Zichen would be angry, they would have directly called him master. Go in. Feng Zichen waved his hand and helped the ghosts up. Thank you, teacher. The ghosts waited for a while. When they saw that Feng Zichen had no intention of accepting disciples, they were slightly disappointed. Those who could create their own Dao were definitely the top experts in the primordial world. The ghosts were not fools. Naturally, they knew that there would be great benefits if they became the disciples of such a person. Unfortunately, he had no intention of accepting disciples. However, it was also good to be able to enter Luo Mountain to cultivate. This was their teacher's Dao field. If there was an opportunity in the future, they might be able to become his disciple. With this thought in mind, the ghosts bowed and entered Luo Mountain one by one to find a place to cultivate. Seeing the ghosts' performance, Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction. Accept disciples? He did not know what the ghosts were like. How could he accept disciples so easily? At the very least, he had to observe for a period of time. His disciples had to inherit the destiny of the Ghost Dao. It was related to the rise and fall of the Ghost Dao. He could not be careless. These ghosts were not newborn living beings. They were as pure as a piece of white paper. They were all old demons who had been reborn and had a lot of thoughts. If he did not understand them and rashly accepted them as disciples, he might be cheated by them one day. Thus, accepting a disciple was a big deal, and they had to be careful. Back then, he had taken Feng Jia and the other two as his disciples because Feng Zichen knew their backgrounds very well. However, it was different from the current group of ghost cultivators. After a while, Feng Zichen seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly formed a seal with his hand and pointed at Luo Shan. Suddenly, the ghostly runes carved on the Luo mountain suddenly shone brightly and let out a rumbling sound that spread throughout the entire Nether Blood Sea. The content of the Dao voice was none other than the introductory chapter of the Ghost Codex, the supreme scripture of the Ghost Dao, the method to condense the soul, as well as the method to cultivate the Yin spirit. The nether blood sea was boundless, and there were countless innate true spirits. Feng Zichen had only preached for a few years, and the effect he could achieve was limited. How many people were able to activate their spiritual wisdom and step into the ghost Tao? It was probably not even a billionth of the total. What about the remaining true spirits? Every day, new true spirit fragments would come from all over the wilderness. After all, countless living beings would die every day in the primordial world. These true spirits had never heard Feng Zichen talk about the ghost Tao. What should they do? It was impossible for Feng Zichen to stay at Luoshan and talk about the ghost Tao to the ghosts of the blood sea all day. This was unrealistic and impossible. However, he could not ignore these true spirits. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought of a way to imprint the Ghost Codex on Luoshan and spread it to the entire Blood Sea through Luoshan, ensuring that every true spirit in the Blood Sea could hear it. The current Luoshan was similar to a radio station in the future, constantly transmitting signals to the Blood Sea. And this signal could only be received by true spirits. It would not affect others. Of course, since it was a signal, there was naturally a difference in strength. The closer one was to Luoshan, the better the signal, and the more complete the content one could hear. On the other hand, if one was far away, one could only hear some shallow content. It was not a problem to cultivate with this, but it was impossible to achieve anything great. Therefore, if one wanted to obtain the complete method of ghost cultivation, they could only get closer to Fengdu Luoshan until they arrived in front of Feng Zichen. The easier it was to obtain, the less they would cherish it. If Feng Zichen directly spread the supreme scripture of the Ghost Tao, how would the world know the preciousness of the Ghost Codex? At that time, Feng Zichen's efforts would probably be belittled. Only when it was not easy to obtain would the world cherish it and know the greatness of Feng Zichen. Even if Tao ancestor Hong Jun imparted the Tao, the innate lifeforms had to first pass the test of the chaos outside the heavens. All of a sudden, all the living beings below Daoist Jingxian were eliminated. Even Tao ancestor Hong Jun was like this, let alone Feng Zichen. Seeking the Tao had always been difficult. Besides, if Feng Zichen directly imparted the Tao, the ghosts would cultivate outside and not come to Fengdu Luoshan after obtaining the Tao. Then wouldn't he become a commander without an army? If the 10,000 ghosts were gone, how could he command them? Moreover, those ghost cultivators had only entered the Tao after obtaining his Tao. If any of them were to cause trouble outside, the karma involved would be recorded on his head. In this way, not only would he not get any benefits from preaching to the world, but he would also get into trouble. Then Feng Zichen would really be a fool. Therefore, he wanted to obtain the supreme inheritance of the Ghost Tao. Yes, he could come to Fengdu Luoshan and be under Feng Zichen's control. Naturally, he could obtain the Ghost Codex. Otherwise, he could only rely on himself. Feng Zichen could not say anything about creating a cultivation method with his own ability. Not to mention Feng Zichen's reality, the atmosphere of the entire primordial world was like this. There were no good people in the primordial world. Those who were good people were all dead. The fate of ancestor Hong Yun was a living example. The rumbling of the Tao sound did not stop for 3 years. It was not until 3 years later that it gradually calmed down. Fengdu Luoshan also needed energy to release the Tao sound. Moreover, it was the Tao sound that spread throughout the entire netherworld Blood Sea. The amount of energy required to do this was even greater. And this energy naturally could not be produced out of thin air. What it consumed was the Khanate Qi released by Luoshan. However, Luoshan still had to support the group of ghost cultivators on the mountain. It was impossible for him to use all his Khanate Qi on the Tao sound. Ghost cultivators also had to cultivate. They came to Luoshan for Luoshan's cultivation environment. If there was no Khanate Qi here, why would they stay here? Even with the supreme inheritance, without the Khanate Qi, Luoshan could not keep the ghost cultivators. 3 years was already Luoshan's limit. The next time would have to wait for 100 years. After all, Luoshan's power was not endless. After formulating the rules for Luoshan, Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction and was about to turn around and walk towards Daoist Mingyi. Daoist Mingyi had contributed to the establishment of Luoshan. Of course, he had to thank him. Moreover, the Netherworld Blood Sea was his territory. Feng Zichen had settled down here without his permission. He had to explain properly to avoid any misunderstandings. However, just as Feng Zichen was about to move, a sudden change occurred in the sky. Chapter 353. Two pitch-black beams of light came from outer space. They crossed layers of void at an unimaginable speed and rushed towards the Blood Sea. In an instant, the two beams of black light approached from afar. They arrived at the Blood Sea from outer space and turned into two connate numinous treasures that floated in front of Feng Zichen. Looking at the two connate numinous treasures, Feng Zichen was a little puzzled. However, suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind and he understood the origin of the two connate numinous treasures. They were connate numinous treasures bestowed to the Ghost Dao by the Heavenly Dao. When the Ghost Dao was first established, it did not have any treasures to suppress destiny or protect the Dao. Therefore, the Heavenly Dao specially bestowed two connate numinous treasures. One was to suppress the destiny of the Ghost Dao and the other was to protect the safety of the Ghost Dao. This was to protect the Ghost Dao and prevent it from dying halfway. If there was life, there would be death. The cycle of life and death was the truth of heaven and earth. It could be said that the appearance of the Ghost Dao made the primordial world more perfect. The Heavenly Dao had never been stingy with such a Dao that could perfect the primordial world. It could be said to be very generous. These two connate numinous treasures were definitely extraordinary. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen reached out and grabbed the numinous treasure closest to him. When the numinous treasure entered his hand, there was a pop sound. The black light membrane that enveloped its body shattered, revealing the true appearance of the connate numinous treasure inside. It was a long black banner that was densely covered with runes. It emitted a strange light. It was incomparably dark and deep, as if it wanted to devour one's mind. Soul Summoning Banner. That was its name. It was a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure with 44 connate divine restrictions. It was only 2 connate divine restrictions away from being a connate cardinal treasure. As the name suggested, the soul summoning banner could summon one's soul. It was a treasure that targeted the essence soul. With a shake of the soul summoning banner, it could capture one's soul and essence soul. Anyone who touched it under Daoist Xianxia would die. Even if Daoist Xianxia was careless and was hit by the banner, his essence soul would tremble and he would be in a daze for a moment. If it was more serious, he might even be unconscious for a few days. The power of this treasure was obvious. It was the #1 killing treasure of the Ghost Dao. Of course, as a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure, the power of the banner was not limited to this. It could also condense a shattered primordial spirit and restore it to its original state, thus achieving the effect of resurrection. The soul summoning flag was a natural spirit treasure that was born from the Tao of life and death, and it possessed the ability to reverse life and death. Good treasure. Even though Feng Zichen had a lot of treasures, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised after knowing the function of the soul beckoning banner. Bringing the dead back to life was no small matter. Reversing life and death was against the natural order of things. How could the Heavenly Tao allow it so easily? If he really did it, it would consume his providence. Moreover, the soul summoning banner wanted to revive living beings with shattered primordial spirits. This was even more difficult. If one's primordial spirit was shattered, it was equivalent to having one's soul scattered. Only a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven would be able to recall the broken fragments of the primordial spirit from the boundless void and reassemble it to reappear in the world. However, this was a huge burden for Daoist Xianxia. How could it be easy to fight for one's life against the heavens? Logically speaking, Daoist Xianxia was omnipotent. It should be easy to condense a shattered primordial spirit. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Unfortunately, the primordial world had Mount Buzhou. It suppressed the river of spacetime and made it impossible for anyone to change the past or the future. It was even more impossible to reverse the cause and change everything. Because of Mount Buzhou, Daoist Xianxia's strongest method was crippled. He could not reverse the flow of time and change the past. Otherwise, with just a thought from a golden immortal, time would flow backward. No matter how thoroughly one died, he could revive them. Of course, people who had been forgotten by the entire history were exceptions. Daoist Xianxia did not have the ability to revive such a person. The soul summoning flag could do something that even Daoist Xianxia could not do easily. Wasn't that the manifestation of its power? Furthermore, since the soul summoning flag could target the essence soul, it could naturally target ghost cultivators. It could restrain all ghost cultivators and was the nemesis of the ghost Dao. It had to be said that the heavenly Dao had considered everything. With this treasure in hand, Feng Zichen's incarnation would be much more at ease in the future. The ghost Dao not only had to respect him as its ancestor, but it also had to respect him. The heavenly Dao is really generous. After putting away the flag, Feng Zichen was very happy. There were not many connate numinous treasures that were so close to connate cardinal treasures in the primordial world. Then, Feng Zichen looked at another connate numinous treasure. The flag had already brought him enough surprises. What kind of surprises would this connate numinous treasure bring him? It was really exciting. After crushing the light membrane, the connate numinous treasure inside revealed its true appearance. It was a large square seal. Simple. It was unusually simple. Apart from that word, Feng Zichen could not find any other adjectives to describe it. It was too ordinary and did not look gorgeous. It was square and did not have any embellishments around it. It was like a square stone. Only the ancient aura that had settled down after countless years and countless vicissitudes of life showed that it was not as ordinary as it looked on the surface. Ghost Emperor Seal. That was its name. It was ordinary, but it had a domineering name that did not match its appearance at all. Its aura was not as strong as the flag. In fact, it was far inferior. The Ghost Emperor Seal only had 9 connate divine restrictions and could barely be considered a low-grade connate numinous treasure. It was at the bottom of the connate numinous treasures and formed a sharp contrast with the soul summoning flag. However, such an ordinary Ghost Emperor Seal was more precious than the soul summoning flag. That was because it was the treasure of destiny of the Ghost Dao. It was tightly connected to the destiny of the Ghost Dao. As the destiny of the Ghost Dao grew stronger, it would become stronger. Now, the Ghost Dao had just been established. Other than Feng Zichen, there was not even a single cultivator in the heaven immortal realm. It could be said to be extremely miserable. How much destiny could such a ghost clan have? The reason why the Ghost Emperor Seal could become a connate numinous treasure was because of Feng Zichen. If it was not for the fact that he had Daoist Xianxia's cultivation base and naturally had the destiny of the Dao, the Ghost Emperor Seal would probably be a connate Dharma treasure when it was born. It was not even a connate numinous treasure. Ghost Emperor Seal. What a good name. Only such a treasure is worthy of my identity. The Ghost Emperor Seal, the seal of the Ghost Emperor, represented the supreme power of the Ghost Dao. It matched Feng Zichen's identity. Reaching out, Feng Zichen held the Ghost Emperor Seal. Immediately, a burst of light flashed, and 2 large words appeared on the Ghost Emperor Seal. They were written with connate Dao patterns. It was none other than Fengdu. As such, the Ghost Emperor Seal was officially renamed Fengdu Seal. This also meant that from now on, Fengdu was the Ghost Emperor, and the Ghost Emperor was Fengdu. When the world heard the name Fengdu, they knew that it was the Ghost Emperor. Fengdu had become synonymous with the Ghost Emperor. Luo Shan, come. After sizing up the Fengdu seal for a moment, Feng Zichen suddenly formed a Dao seal and pointed at Luo Shan. He forcefully extracted a wisp of destiny from it and injected it into the Fengdu seal. Chapter 354. The blessed grotto heavens were created by heaven and earth. They were born with a wisp of heaven and earth's luck. Luo Shan was no exception. As the ancestral land of the Ghost Path and the holder of the supreme scripture of the Ghost Path, Luo Shan's luck and the Ghost Path's luck could be said to be tightly connected. Now that the Ghost Emperor's seal had appeared, there was nothing wrong with Luo Shan, who was a part of the Ghost Path's luck, contributing a wisp of Khanate luck to increase its power. Buzz, after absorbing a wisp of Luo Shan's luck, the seal of Fengdu's aura suddenly soared by a large margin. It almost broke through the boundary of an inferior grade Khanate numinous treasure and became a superior grade Khanate numinous treasure. At the same time, Luo Shan's shadow slowly appeared on the seal of Fengdu's body, making it look a little different. Soon, it won't be long before the seal of Fengdu becomes a superior grade Khanate numinous treasure, or even a supreme grade Khanate numinous treasure. Although Luo Shan's luck did not allow the seal of Fengdu to advance, Feng Zichen was not disappointed. Because he knew that when the Netherworld realm appeared, the Ghost Path's luck would soar, and the power of the seal of Fengdu would also increase greatly. When the Heaven realm appeared, the demon race's luck would soar, and they would have the capital to contend against the witch race. Then, the benefits that the Netherworld realm, which was not weaker than the Heaven realm, could bring to the Ghost Path could be deduced. Ghost was the name of the dead. In theory, it occupied half of the primordial world's forces and was the opposite of life. From this point of view, the future of the Ghost Path could be said to be limitless. There was a faint trend of it becoming the number one force in the primordial world. However, if everything in this world could be carried out according to theory, there would not be so many disturbances. There was a difference between expectations and reality. If there was no reincarnation, the power of the Ghost Path might grow. However, after the appearance of reincarnation, the Ghost Path would completely lose its chance to prosper. If one could live, who would want to die? If one could be a human, who would want to be a ghost? If one could become an immortal, who would step into the Ghost Path? Now, the Ghost Path was the only choice for the dead to start over again. However, after the appearance of reincarnation, there were more possibilities for the dead in the world. As for the Ghost Tao, it became a helpless choice. In the end, it was because the Ghost Path was not the righteous path. If the path of Ghost was like the great path of Xianmen, where several saints appeared one after another, the people of the world would definitely fight to learn it. Therefore, the theoretical power of the Ghost Tao depended on Feng Zichen's future achievements. If he used the Ghost Tao to achieve primordial chaos, it was hard for the Ghost Tao not to flourish. In the future, there were only 4 orthodoxies that flourished in the world and had an endless supply of incense: Xianmen, Diabolism, Taoism, and Buddhism. These 4 orthodoxies had one thing in common, that was, they all had saints behind them. This was to tell the world that only orthodoxies with saints could remain immortal in the world. After all, the primordial world was a place that emphasized strength. In this place, strength determined everything. As long as the Emperor of Fengdu was strong enough, there was no need for him to do anything. The path of Ghost would naturally prosper. The world's yearning for power was unstoppable. After seeing the highest achievement of the Ghost Tao, they would rush forward one after another. After Tao ancestor Hong Jun became a saint, the great Tao of the celestial sect of wonders became the mainstream of the primordial world. Everyone was proud of being the successor of the celestial sect of wonders. This was because they saw an incomparably vast future from the great Tao of the celestial sect. Becoming a saint. Indestructible. If the path of Ghost was like this, it was inevitable that it would prosper. After putting away the seal of Fengdu, Feng Zichen first calmed himself down from thinking about the future and became extremely excited. Only then did he walk slowly towards Daoist Mingi. Poor Wei of Fengdu greets fellow Daoist Mingi. Feng Zichen bowed and greeted him. So it's fellow Daoist Fengdu. May I know which immortal mountain you cultivated in previously and why you came to the Blood Sea? Daoist Mingi asked after returning the greeting. Although he welcomed other great mediums to stay in the Blood Sea, he couldn't make it too obvious. Otherwise, it would seem that he was begging others. This wasn't good. If word got out, would he still want his face? Therefore, he still had to have the right attitude. Moreover, Daoist Mingi was also quite curious about Feng Zichen's background. It would be best if he could ask about it. In Daoist Mingi's heart, he had already confirmed that Feng Zichen was the incarnation of a great mediums. What he needed to do now was to confirm the identity of this great mediums and see who he was. It was good that he had an idea in his heart and knew which fellow Daoist was on his side. Fengdu is just a primitive wanderer. He roams everywhere and has no fixed residence. In the past, let's not talk about it. Waving his hand, Feng Zichen put on a look as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past and said, "Fellow Daoist, you must be joking." Daoist Mingi's face twitched. He resisted the urge to scold him and forced a smile. This person's ability to lie really came out of his mouth. Ghosts wandered everywhere. With your cultivation when you first came to the Blood Sea, you were only in the innate realm. Not to mention wandering, I'm afraid that you would be accidentally trampled to death by ferocious beasts as soon as you stepped out. If this incarnation had not been condensed in the Blood Sea, Daoist Mingi would have read his name backwards. When Feng Zichen condensed his soul, his cultivation was only in the innate realm. Daoist Mingi was not a fool. How could he not see that this was an incarnation condensed by a great mediums? The Blood Sea was a dangerous place. Even Tai Jingxian had to be careful when they came. You were just a small innate realm cultivator. If you swaggered through the Blood Sea, wouldn't you be telling others that there was something wrong with you? However, Daoist Mingi only thought these words in his heart and did not say them out loud. Feng Zichen's attitude had already made it clear that he would not reveal his true identity. If these words were to be said, other than making the two of them fall out directly, it would be useless. Of course, Daoist Mingi also knew in his heart that if it was so easy to find out the other party's true origin, the other party would not have hidden so much previously. But in the end, he still had to give it a try. If he succeeded, his goal would be achieved. That would be a profit. If he failed, it did not matter. The other party was in the Blood Sea. There would be a day when he would give himself away. Daoist Mingi did not believe that the other party's identity could be hidden forever, right? If it really could not be done, there were only so many great mediums in the primordial world. If he compared them one by one, he would eventually be able to find out. Here, poor Wei has to apologize to you first. Without your permission, Fengdu settled down in the Blood Sea without your permission. I hope you can forgive me. After a while, Feng Zichen suddenly apologized to Daoist Mingi. As everyone knew, the Netherworld Blood Sea was Daoist Mingi's territory. He had settled down here without giving any notice. Even if he was chased out by Daoist Mingi, he deserved it. No matter how he talked about it in the primordial world, he would not be able to make any sense. No one would stand on his side. Feng Zichen's actions were like secretly running to someone else's land, thinking that it was not bad, and directly building a house there. Chapter 355. If this happened to anyone, they would not be able to tolerate it. Feng Zichen thought for a while. If this had happened to him, he would have been the one to blame. TSK. If someone settled down on Ziwei planet, not to mention a home, he would tear that person down. If he was already like this, what about others? Although he did not know why Taoist Mingi did not care much about this matter and even took the initiative to help him build Luoshan Blessed Land. But he still had to apologize. After all, no matter what, he was in the wrong in this matter. Haha. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to do this. This sea of blood is lonely and filthy. If there are outsiders willing to live in it and add some life to the sea of blood, the poor Wei would be happy. Why are you angry? Taoist Mingi replied with a loud laugh. Feng Zichen's attitude made him very satisfied. Therefore, when he spoke, he could not help but have some feelings. The sincerity in his tone was touching. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen did not appreciate it at all. Instead, he felt that he had become stupid from practicing martial arts. It was fine if he was not angry about this kind of thing, but he even looked happy. It was really strange. Originally, Feng Zichen had planned to spend a lot of money to dispel Taoist Mingyi's anger. However, his attitude at this time was something that Feng Zichen did not expect at all. He could not help but be a little stunned. "Thank you, fellow Daoist. Please take care of me in the future, fellow Daoist." However, soon, Feng Zichen reacted and hurriedly said. No matter what Taoist Mingyi's purpose was, since he had already expressed his attitude, he would just follow along. It was good to save a sum of money. Therefore, not only did Feng Zichen say it, but he also changed his words and called Taoist Mingyi as fellow Daoist to improve the relationship between the two of them. "Fellow Daoist, you are really broad-minded. You are far from comparable to Fengdu." In the end, Feng Zichen added a sentence. It could be considered as him saying it from the bottom of his heart. This sentence was true. Taoist Mingyi could not even care about this kind of thing. His breadth of mind was indeed far from what Feng Zichen could compare to. Looks like rumors can't be trusted so easily. Seeing how happy Mingyi Taoist was, Feng Zichen praised him again. After all, she owed him a favor. Even if he praised her a few more times, she would not lose a piece of flesh. "You're exaggerating, fellow Daoist. You and I are neighbors, so we should help each other. There's no need to be so polite." After being praised by Feng Zichen, Mingyi Taoist not only felt complacent, but also blushed as he spoke. To prehistorical powerful beings, as long as it didn't involve the fundamental competition of the Great Tao, they still cared about their reputation. Even the saints were no exception to this. Just like that, the two of them started chatting and exchanging some cultivation experiences. Although it was said to be an exchange of cultivation experiences, in reality, it was Daoist Mingyi who was speaking and Feng Zichen who was listening. The gap between them was too great. Daoist Mingyi was one of the top 10 great mystical abilities in the primordial world. He had once heard of the Tao and the Purple Cloud Palace and was friends with the saint. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years. His experience, his accumulation, his comprehension of the great Tao, and his understanding of heaven and earth. Even 10 Feng Zichen added together could not compare to him. Fortunately, Feng Zichen had the inheritance of Pangu and the inheritance of the 3,000 Chaos Fiend gods. His understanding of the great Tao was more advanced. When Daoist Mingyi was talking, he could interject from time to time and share his own opinions so that the scene would not be too awkward and turn into a one-man show for Daoist Mingyi. Feng Zichen's goal was to ease his embarrassment. Little did he know that his actions made Daoist Mingyi more and more certain that he was the incarnation of a great mystical ability. No, it was not as simple as a great mystical ability. Perhaps it was a supreme expert left behind from the ancient times, a big shot of the same generation as the Tao ancestor. At Daoist Mingyi's level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to improve. However, every time he thought about Feng Zichen's opinions, he would gain something and his cultivation would improve a little. Although it was only a tiny bit, he was indeed making progress. How incredible was this? Just one sentence could make him gain something. The great mystical ability of the same generation as him would never be able to do that. They had known each other for hundreds of millions of years. Although they did not completely understand each other's background, it was not a problem to understand each other's methods. They were all old demons who had lived for many years. Who did not know each other? If they really had this ability, their cultivation would have surpassed others and reached the Tao realm. They would not be like him, struggling in the Sage-to-Be realm. Therefore, Feng Zichen's original body was definitely not a great mystical ability of the same generation as him. Among the great mystical ability of the untainted land, other than those of the same generation as him, there were only the overlords of the ancient times and the supreme experts of the ancient times. After him, no great mystical ability was born. Among the innate gods and demons who were born in the current era, there were not many who were in the Sage-to-Be realm, let alone great mystical ability. It could even be said that there was not a single one. That was because the time they had cultivated was too short. If they wanted to cultivate to the sage-to-be realm, how could it be possible without the accumulation of an eon? This seemed to be a curse. Since the emergence of the sage-to-be realm, no one had been able to cultivate to the sage-to-be realm within an eon. If it was not a junior, it could only be a senior. Moreover, Feng Zichen's understanding was full of the charm of chaos. That was the unique aura of the ancient times, when heaven and earth had not fully evolved. In this way, Feng Zichen's identity was about to be revealed. The supreme expert left behind from the ancient times, the overlord of the ancient times. Only such a person could come into contact with the great Tao that was far beyond the heavenly Tao. The ancient times were an era that people yearned for. There were opportunities that later generations did not have, opportunities that belonged to the great Tao. As for Feng Zichen's expression of sudden realization, thoughtfulness, or confusion when he listened to his preaching, he automatically imagined that it was a disguise in order to hide his identity. The supreme expert of the ancient times bathed in the glory of the great Tao. He was definitely experienced and knowledgeable. How could he be shocked by his Tao? It must be a disguise. At this moment, Taoist Mingi seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. In order to confirm his guess, he forcibly imagined all kinds of reasonable reasons. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable he felt, and he firmly believed it. At this time, even if Feng Zichen told him the truth, he would not believe it. That was why it was said that one's imagination was the most fatal. It was not entirely Taoist Mingi's fault. After all, what Feng Zichen said was the truth of the demon god of chaos, which contained the mystery of the great Tao. It was really too frightening. Of course, with Taoist Mingi's wisdom and realm, no matter how frightening Feng Zichen's words were, he might not be able to tell at first. But as the topic went deeper, it was impossible for him not to see the problem. However, Feng Zichen had the merit of splitting open the sky. It seemed that he had a premonition that he was about to leave. From the beginning, the merit of splitting open the sky was fully exerted. He intended to do his best to help Feng Zichen at this last moment. Chapter 356. Under the influence of the merit of creation, Daoist Mingi's spiritual sense was infinitely weakened, so much so that some subtle flaws were ignored by him. And those obvious flaws were forcibly filled in by him with various reasons and reasonable explanations. It was a pity that Daoist Mingi, a legend of a generation, had suffered a big setback today. His wisdom of the past was completely gone, and his thoughts were gradually corrupted and became more and more deviant. Affected by this, Daoist Mingi became more and more polite. Feng Zichen was a little confused. Facing Taoist Mingi's sudden enthusiasm, he could only smile in response to him, lest he be too embarrassed. If Feng Zichen knew what Daoist Mingi was thinking, he would not know whether to cry or laugh. His body was indeed an incarnation, but his realm was only that of Daoist Jingxian. He was still thousands of miles away from being a great magician. As for being a supreme master from the Archean era, that was even more impossible. It had been less than 1,000,000 years since he was born. He had not even touched the edge of the Archean era, let alone the Archean era. It was just that Feng Zichen had no idea what Daoist Mingi was thinking. He could only continue to chat with him, extremely puzzled. What's going on with Daoist Mingi? Why is he becoming more and more enthusiastic? Strange, really strange. He seems to have misunderstood something. Gradually, Feng Zichen tasted a hint of meaning from Daoist Mingi's words. He seemed to have a great misunderstanding and regarded himself as a peerless master. At this moment, Feng Zichen was speechless. He was not a fool. On the contrary, he was very smart. Especially now, with the blessing of the merit of creation, his wisdom had reached an unimaginable level. Daoist Mingi's abnormality, of course, could not be hidden from him. Along with Daoist Mingi's words, Feng Zichen understood the cause and effect. But he did not explain anything. Daoist Mingi's misunderstanding was only good for him, and there was no harm. Since he had misunderstood, he would let him continue to misunderstand. The most important thing now was to find a way to leave so that he would not be exposed. Things like realms could be concealed for a while, but not forever. The gap between Daoist Xianxia and the sage-to-be was obvious. Daoist Xianxia saw a completely different world and had a completely different understanding of the heavenly Tao. If they continued to talk, Feng Zichen's brain would run out of ideas, and he would be exposed. Therefore, he had to leave. He had to leave quickly. Before he was exposed and Daoist Mingi was fully convinced, he had to leave quickly. It was hard to imagine what kind of unwise thing Taoist Mingi would do when he realized the truth and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Come to think of it, it would definitely be very terrifying. At the very least, it would not be something that a Daoist Xianxian level incarnation like him could bear. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen hurriedly searched for one or two plausible primordial chaos theories from Pangu's inheritance. Following Mingi Taoist's words, he suddenly spoke. Then, when Mingi Taoist was about to comprehend something, Feng Zichen said directly, "Brother, poor Wei has just come to the Blood Sea and is not familiar with this place. Therefore, I plan to take advantage of my free time to travel around the Blood Sea and familiarize myself with the situation here. Therefore, if you have nothing important to do, poor Wei will leave first. When everything is settled, I will come and discuss with you." After all, they were going to settle down in the Blood Sea. It was reasonable to familiarize themselves with the situation. There was nothing wrong with Feng Zichen's excuse. "Help yourself, brother. Poor Wei still has something important to do, so I won't see you off. I hope you won't blame me." Now, Daoist Mingi's mind was completely attracted by the primordial chaos theory that Feng Zichen threw out. He only wanted to comprehend it as soon as possible. How could he tolerate anything else? Therefore, in the face of Feng Zichen's request to leave, he did not even think about it and directly agreed. Stepping into the primordial chaos Dao realm had become Daoist Mingi's obsession. Anything related to it could firmly attract his mind. Moreover, it was the primordial chaos theory that Pangu had passed down. If not, even if Daoist Mingi did not accompany Feng Zichen to travel the Blood Sea, he would have personally sent him out. How could he be like now? His tone was full of impatience, and there was a hint of wanting to drive him away. It had to be said that Feng Zichen was really crafty. He had completely figured out Daoist Mingi's thoughts. On the one hand, he had completely attracted Daoist Mingi's mind by throwing out the primordial chaos theory, so that he would not have the time to care about his departure. On the other hand, with the primordial chaos theory, Daoist Mingi's understanding of him as an ancient supreme expert would undoubtedly be deeper and more convinced. "Brother, poor Wei will leave first." After bowing to Daoist Mingi, Feng Zichen turned and walked out. After this, his treatment in the Nether Blood Sea would undoubtedly be much better. It would also be more convenient for him to do things in the future. That was, before he became a great divine power, it was better for him to not meet Daoist Mingi so as not to expose his background and cause big trouble. After leaving Daoist Mingi's place, Feng Zichen did not return to Luoshan. Instead, he quickly rushed towards the depths of the Blood Sea. At the same time, his divine consciousness was also crazily gushing out, covering every place he passed. He seemed to be looking for something, and also seemed to be sensing something. That's right, Feng Zichen was looking for something. He was looking for the Nether Realm. In the past, Pangu opened the sky, the chaos shattered, and the innate clear and turbid Qi were born. The innate clear Qi was light and agile. It floated up, forming the sky and giving birth to the heaven realm. The innate turbid Qi was thick and heavy. It sank down, turning into the earth and giving birth to the Nether Realm. The heaven realm was in the sky. The Nether Realm was naturally on the ground. And the deepest part of the earth was the deepest part of the Nether Blood Sea. The Nether Realm was in the Blood Sea. Otherwise, why would the Blood Sea be called the Nether Blood Sea? The Nether Realm had long existed. It was just that the opportunity had not arrived and had not appeared. Just like how the demons wanted to establish the heavenly court, the heaven realm was born. The nether realm would only appear when Huda transformed into reincarnation. Now, Huda had yet to transform into reincarnation, and the nether realm had yet to appear. It was probably impossible to find it from the depths of the earth. The heaven realm was above Mount Buzhou. But before it appeared, who could find it? One had to know that back then, when the great masters went to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao, they had entered the chaos beyond Mount Buzhou. 3,000 great masters had passed by this place several times, but they had never found the shadow of the heaven realm. It could be seen how hidden it was. If the heaven realm was like this, the nether realm, which was of the same level as it, might not be that bad. The Daoist Mingi was the master of the Blood Sea. For countless years, he had never discovered the existence of the nether realm. However, just because others could not find it did not mean that Feng Zichen could not find it. He was fated to be in the nether realm. The nether realm, also known as the netherworld, was a world that belonged to the dead. It was a world that belonged to ghosts. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.